us to do it for the pandemic. Welcome everybody in. Sorry, just excuse me. Sorry, just message popped up. All right. Welcome everybody on Facebook and YouTube Live. So we're doing this practice for over a 24-hour period to help pacify the effects of the pandemic. So check your feet, and if they're down on the ground, make sure they're in a parallel position, supported by a little cushion, or if you're sitting in a cross-legged position, you can have your sit bones supported by a cushion. Make sure you're not sitting on something that is too soft, so you want something to support you. And if you're leaning up against some kind of surface, make sure, try not to lean up against it. Just have it there for support if you need it. Hand is in the meditation mudra, right hand nestled in the left with the thumbs touching. And imagine your spine is a string of pearls of light stretching from the base of the spine all the way up through the crown of the head. You can imagine someone is behind you, very gently lengthening your spine. The shoulders are over the hips. The head is slightly tipped forward, eyes down, looking along the length of the nose. Tip of the tongue on the roof of the mouth, and relax the jaw. Relax your scalp and your face and the back of your head, the ears, the temples, the neck, the shoulders and the back, and the throat, the chest, the belly, the arms, hands and fingers, the legs and the feet and the toes. And bring the mind to the breath as we recite the motivation in this prayer, the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha, Thangtong Gyalpo, a blessed prayer known as Liberating the Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Welcome Mary. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, welcome Coral. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Okay, so now we'll go to the meditation on Chenrezig. So just relax your body. And we lost Coral for a moment there. And bring your awareness to the present moment. So if you've been rushing to get here, just relax. And try and bring your mind in the same place where your body is. So imagine that all of space is filled with beings. And particularly think of the people of your life. So the ones you love, those are people who support you, who are taking care of you, who are doing everything they can to help you, who are kind to you. We put them in the friend category. And then there's those people who, it ranges from slightly irritating us to full-blown enemy, but they're in that sort of, that category. We probably wouldn't want to go and have dinner with them. And then there's the strangers, the people we're kind of indifferent to. But they're all the same in their wish to be happy and their wish to avoid suffering and this unbelievable capacity for wisdom and kindness and compassion. And we very often don't see those qualities or that potential in the people that we don't like. And we don't even really care about the people that we're indifferent to. But of course we see those qualities in the people we love. But actually everybody has those qualities. All sentient beings have this potential within them. So now think of your parents, your family members, and they're beside you. And your friends and your loved ones, perhaps maybe they're not your family members, people you love. They're behind you as a support. And the people you don't like or you don't get along with very well, they're in front of you, eyeball to eyeball. And all the others are all around. So the ants, the birds, the other sentient beings, people you're indifferent to, they're all around. So first of all, contemplate the suffering of these people and all of the beings. And first of all, think of the suffering of your parents, whether they're still alive or not. And the other people you're close to, the different kinds of things they may be suffering from. And try and open your heart to the physical and psychological problems they're experiencing. And just remember, just like you, they want to be free from suffering. Welcome, Victor. And feel how wonderful it would be if they were free and could enjoy the peace and bliss of enlightenment. And now think of the people you don't like or who have hurt you. And try and imagine their suffering, their physical and mental suffering. And maybe try and put yourself inside the mind of that person that wishes to harm others. Because if they're hurting you, they're probably hurting other people as well. Or how distressing it would be to be inside a mind that has anger and hate and wishes to harm. That's a very disturbed mind. Insecurity, loneliness, dissatisfaction. And just like you, they don't want problems, but they have no choice because their mind is confused, ignorant, it's never going to find peace. So try and open your heart to these people for whom you normally feel irritation or anger, and you want to kind of push them away. Doesn't mean to say you need to invite them into your house, but just try and open your mind up to feeling a sense of compassion for them, a wish for them to not suffer. Expand your awareness now to take into the troubles and pain of other human beings and animals. Whoever has an uncontrolled mind necessarily has suffering. So feel strongly the aspiration to do these practices today for yourself, so you can help others to be free of their suffering. And to help alleviate, to add to all the positive energy, to try and alleviate all the suffering that this pandemic has caused, economic, physical, emotional, educational. I mean, it goes on and on. Some people have had a very good outcome during this pandemic. Other people, it's been a disaster. Depends on the karma. So imagine above your head and facing the same way as you is Chenrezig, and the manifestation of pure, unobstructed compassion, love and wisdom. And his body is made of white light, transparent and radiant. So really try and feel the presence of this compassionate Buddha above the crown of your head. They say His Holiness the Dalai Lama is emanation of Chenrezig. So if you like, you can imagine His Holiness. Or if you have a teacher, a Lama, you can imagine this is the mind of this person manifesting in this form of Chenrezig for your benefit. His face is peaceful and smiling, and he radiates love to you and all the beings surrounding you. He has 4 arms. The first 2 hands are together at his heart and hold a jewel that fulfills all wishes. The second 2 are raised to the level of his shoulders, the right holding a crystal rosary and the left a white lotus. He's sitting on a white moon disk upon an open lotus and the legs are crossed in the full lotus posture. And he wears exquisite silk and precious jewels. He has a 5-pointed crown with jewels, sparkling jewels. He's wearing the celestial robes in the Royal Indian style. They're just like silk, sort of draped here, there and everywhere. And he probably has an aura around his head, around his body. So really try and get a sense of this Buddha above the crown of your head. And try and stay open in your mind to Chenrezig's serene and peaceful, compassionate energy. So make a prayer from your heart to overcome your misconceptions and negative energy, and to develop love and compassion for all beings. And here, really try and feel you're connecting with your own highest potential. And this is the potential that has always existed within you. So in response, Chenrezig very happily, very lovingly sends streams of white light, filling every cell and atom of your body. It purifies all your negativities and problems, all your past harmful actions, your potential to give harm in the future, and completely fills you with limitless love and compassion. And your body feels light and blissful and clear. As we recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Three Jewels, the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So now remember you have Chenrezig upon the crown of your head, and just imagine he is dissolving into light and absorbs into you through the crown of your head. It flows down into you until it reaches your heart chakra and your mind, the mind of your teacher, your Lama, your trusted mentor. And Chenrezig's mind merge indistinguishably. And you experience complete tranquility and bliss. So we'll just meditate like this for a minute or so. And when your ordinary I starts to arise, your sense of I'm no good, I'm in a rush, blah, 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 just very gently bring your mind back. It's not the real self. And bring your mind back to the qualities of Chenrezig. So this is who you really are. Okay, let's just dedicate all the positive energy we've created this afternoon. And for the people who are in Australia or the morning, to the happiness of all living beings, for all of us to be somehow released from this pandemic, for people to not suffer because of the pandemic. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you're the source of all happiness and good. All powerful Chenrezig, Tenzin Gyatso, please remain till samsara ends. You uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Majanus victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honouring the three jewels, saviour of myself and others, your disciples. Please, please live long. Okay, thank you very much, Chenrezig. Thanks, Mary Victor. Good morning, Venerable Chuki. See you. We're going to do puja now. We're off to puja. All right. See you. Bye-bye. Thanks. Enjoy.
So Venerable Katie, who was previously in Western Australia, so zooming back to me, who is in Western Australia from the US, zooming back over here. As we, set our motivation for this round of the prayerathon, and continuing on from Venerable Katie and others, and accumulating all our merits through the virtues of this practice to be able to really subdue, pacify, be a contributor to the pacification of this pandemic in the world that, now we have Omicron A, B, and then, may this, we see the terrible deaths and illness and so forth coming from this disease over the past over 2 years. And may all the conditions for that to continue to manifest be completely eliminated. And the conditions being the afflictions arising in our own minds, so setting our profound motivation for engaging in this practice, it's really settling your body, speech, and mind in a mind of giving to others, all our health, all our well-being, and so forth, those who have, let others be free of that as much as we can, contributing to the quelling of this disease in the world and all other affliction-caused diseases, or disturbances of body and mind, or disturbances of the environment, of the elements, and so forth. And then turning to the method to transform a suffering life into happiness, including enlightenment. At the beginning of each day, after you open your eyes, until enlightenment is achieved, and until death, and especially today. So all the activities of your body, speech, and mind, hearing, thinking, and meditating, as well as walking, sitting, sleeping, doing your job, and so on, do not become the causes of suffering, and instead become the causes of a happiness, and especially that they are causes to achieve Buddhahood, transforming them into a method for accomplishing benefit and happiness for all sentient beings. So we can think, may whatever I think, do, and say, today, every day, tonight, whichever time of day, whichever moment, be the cause of the enlightenment for all beings, for my own Buddhahood, for the benefit of others. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scriptures and realizations, principle of all the Aryas intending virtues, in the glorious holy Gurus I take refuge. Please, Guru, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. So here, infusing your mind with this vast Mahayana Dharma motivation. May I too be able to follow, just like the precious gurus who've given us such advice for such practices, continue to guide us in the world, just like Thangtong Gyalpo himself said to be a Buddha in the world, arising as an engineer and architect and medic and, great holy being who was able to pacify through the power of his practice the epidemic, at the Sakya seat that was going to wipe it out. It looked like it was going to wipe it out. So here we are, ourselves, following in their footsteps. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yirams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So here, resting your mind, rejoicing, delighting in the pure qualities of all the Buddhas, inseparable from our gurus, or the Dharma, the teachings, or the teachings we've received, we have yet to receive, and so forth, that are extant in the world that benefit beings, and all the Arya Sangha, those who have that direct realization of reality, just and those that we have connected with in this life, we've read about, or they are our teachers, and so forth. How very rare, how very precious in the world, the most rare, sublime one. And then thinking that I myself will attain this state due to the ripening of my own Buddha nature, due to the virtue of my practice and all the accumulations of merit and wisdom. And that arising in the experience of the Dharmakaya, the wisdom body, truth body of the Buddha, infinite like space, infinite clarity, luminosity, more and more clearly seeing things in sync with reality, just like the sun rising in the world absolutely illuminates, brings clarity into the world, like that your mind. Plus just space. And from that vast, spacious mind of wisdom just spontaneously arises the heart of compassion, the wish to benefit others, seeing clearly all these sufferings in the world, seeing clearly that there's a way through it to have, to be free of all that, for all beings to attain this blissful clarity, possibilities. So raising the heart of compassion. And here we can hold in our heart anyone we've been particularly given the names to pray for, like in our organization, International Mahayana Institute, monks and nuns. We've been, Venerable Punsok, the Israeli monk, that his health gets the best possible outcomes. And also we've been asked Christina Russo, who, following an accident in October 2018 where the surgery went wrong, or I don't know if it's an accident, but the surgery went wrong, that was an accident. So has been in excruciating pain and debilitating all the time since then. So holding Christina in our hearts, and anyone else you specifically wish to pray for, holding them in your, deep in your heart, which can include yourself, of course, as we engage in this practice based on Chenrezig. So visualizing above the crown of your head and the crown of each and every sentient being, we can visualize around us on every atom of space an emanation of pure altruistic compassion, like that of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, of like that of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, inseparable from Arya Chenrezig, the Buddha of Compassion, Kuan Yin, canon in Japanese. Avalokiteshvara. In the nature of light, and at the heart of this holy being, pure altruism, pure bodhicitta oozing out of every pore of their body, like they're in the nature of light, and then from the heart of that holy being, and this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, we can visualize all that, all the letters coming out from the mantra, spinning out every atom of space, coming in, showering down, cooling, refreshing light and nectar, healing our body and mind, healing the bodies and minds of all beings around us on every atom of space, transforming it in translucent, radiant light, powerful, radiant compassion in our own heart, in every cell of our being, as we recite the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. So visualize like that. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om. So really feel the vibration of the mantra of infinite altruistic compassion vibrating in every atom of your being and those of each and every other being around you. Really feel the power of compassion in your heart. And then this emanation of infinite altruistic compassion above the crown of your head in the nature of light dissolves, all the arms into the body and legs, and dissolves into an orb of light, and on each and every crown of each and every other sentient being around you, on every atom of space as well. And then just melts through the crown and come and sort of suffuses throughout your own body and the body of those around you, so that we all are, sort of radiant light bodies of compassion, heart to heart connection. Really feel that. And all that energy, all that compassionate energy just sort of concentrates absorbs in to this precious jewel, Mani, jewel of compassion at your own heart chakra. Like a giant storehouse of compassion that we can tap into again and again when the mind gets disturbed, when we get unsettling news, when the body gets disturbed, and so forth. When we face difficulties, problems, as Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, live with compassion, die with compassion, work with compassion, meditate with compassion. When problems come, compassion, compassion, compassion. Like that. Holding that precious deer in our heart that motivates our actions in the world for the benefit of the world, for the benefit of ourselves, the benefit of all we encounter. And on that basis, the combination of infinite altruistic compassion and wisdom, like the two wings of the bird, as the Buddha said, we can soar to enlightenment. So here, engaging in the actual prayer, known as liberating the Sakya from the disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So gathering together all the energy of all our prayers and practices done in relation to quelling this virulent virus, can I say, in the world, and creating the causes for the virulence of the coronavirus of great compassion to spread throughout the world, to spread throughout all known, unknown universes. So I'm just getting some messages here because we've got the Vietnamese visiting for New Year's celebrations, and they've come quite early, earlier than expected. So I don't know if that got in the way. So gathering together all our energies and dedicating that for our own enlightenment and that of all beings, and for the pacification of this disease and all other diseases in the world, or the affliction that cause the diseases in the first place, and the disturbances in the bodies and disturbances of the mind. May they will all be pacified immediately. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise and grow. And may that born have no decline, but increase more and more. So just as we have been praying here for our own, each and every one, body to have, radiance and power, body, mind, and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being, the most powerful objects in our lives, the precious gurus, we dedicate for their perfect long life, to be able to continue to teach and guide us in the world. Without them, we're entirely lost. In the land, for His Holiness the Dalai Lama's long life, in the land encircled by snowy mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. O powerful Chenrezig Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. And then for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche's long life, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serves as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And then today being the birthday of our precious reincarnation of Lama Yeshe, Tenzin Osol. So we can also dedicate for Osol's long life to remain, to guide us in the world, to become a great teacher and spreader of the Dharma in the world, and to guide us. Venerable One, to you whose kindness exceeds that of all the conquerors, for those wanderers in far-off places, especially the West, mindful of your loving concern for us in intentionally descending again into a family of a far-distant land, we make this request. Lama, please, please live long and have a very happy 37th birthday. So here, I'll hand over now. I've got some very excited New Year Vietnamese next door to celebrate New Year. So I'll go and join them and hand over now, Venerable Yonten Lai. Hello.
Thanks, Venerable. All right. So welcome, everybody. Thanks, everybody who's been doing sessions all day already. So we'll just take a minute and revive our motivation. And for this session, we'll use the foundation of all good qualities to revive our motivation. Okay. The foundation of all good qualities is the kind and perfect pure Guru. Correct devotion to them is the root of the path. By clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon him with great respect. Understanding that the precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once is greatly meaningful and is difficult to find again. Please bless me to generate the mind that unceasingly day and night takes its essence. This life is as impermanent as a water bubble. Remember how quickly it decays and death comes. After death, just like a shadow follows the body, the results of black and white karma follow. Finding firm and definite conviction in this, please bless me always to be careful to abandon even the slightest negativities and accomplish all virtuous deeds. Seeking samsaric pleasures is the door to all suffering. They are uncertain and cannot be relied upon. Recognizing these shortcomings, please bless me to generate the strong wish for the bliss of liberation. Led by this pure thought, mindfulness, alertness, and great caution arise. The root of the teachings is keeping the Pratamoksha vows. Please bless me to accomplish this essential practice. Just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother migratory beings. Please bless me to see this, train in supreme bodhicitta, and bear the responsibility of freeing migratory beings. Even if I develop only bodhicitta, but I don't practice the 3 types of morality, I will not achieve enlightenment. With my clear recognition of this, please bless me to practice the bodhisattva vows with great energy. Once I have pacified distractions to wrong objects and correctly analyzed the meaning of reality, please bless me to generate quickly within my mind stream the unified path of calm abiding and special insight. Having become a pure vessel by training in the general path, please bless me to enter the holy gateway of the fortunate ones, the supreme Vajra vehicle. At that time, the basis of accomplishing the 2 attainments is keeping pure vows in Samaya. I have become firmly convinced of this. Please bless me to protect these vows and pledges like my life. Then, having realized the importance of the 2 stages, the essence of the Vajrayana, by practicing with great energy, never giving up the 4 sessions, please bless me to realize the teachings of the Holy Guru. Like that, may the Gurus who show the noble path and the spiritual friends who practice it have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely all outer and inner hindrances. In all my lives, never separated from perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the stages and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And so then think with that strong motivation, having reconnected with all the stages of the path, visualize Chenrezig above the crown of your head. Radiant white, made of transparent light, embodying, encompassing perfect, compassionate wisdom. Think that Chenrezig is also above every single sentient being, bearing witness to their struggles, knowing their potential, supporting us all, dependent on how receptive we are, how much we've purified our obscurations. And so in order to facilitate that process, we do this practice. We want to become enlightened for the benefit of all sentient beings, and we also want any obstacles related to the pandemic to be dispelled. And so if we have the karma for the pandemic to end, may it end now, swiftly. If we've created the cause for the pandemic to remain, may we at least use the conditions in such a way that our mind is transformed, reconnected, and deepening our renunciation for samsara. Reconnecting with and deepening our compassion, our bodhicitta, And may we always remember the wisdom realizing the emptiness of inherent existence. That ourselves, this pandemic, how we respond to it, how we feel about it, what it does or doesn't do, what is or isn't significant about it, merely labeled by the mind on the valid base. And so holding awareness of Chenrezig, keeping that motivation, we reinforce it with the prayer, the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi, Thangtong Gyalpo, with the blessed prayer known as Liberating the Sakya from disease. And for this session, we'll go ahead and chant it. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. And in response, streams of white nectar light flow from Chenrezig's heart center down through the crown of our head, down through our whole bodies, purifying and soothing, dispelling obstacles. And we add the mantra to the visualization. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Continuing the mantra with the visualization. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And we'll do the long Dharani. Namo Ratnatraya Namo Haryayana Sagara Virochana Vuharatsaya Tathagataya Ahate Samyak Sambuddhaya Namo Sawa Tathagate Be Ahate Be Samyak Sam Buddha Be Namo Arya Avalokite Shodayam Bodhisattvaya Mahasattvaya Mahakarunikaya Jayata Om Dara Dara Diri Diri duru duru, ite vate, sale sale, prasale prasale, kusume kusume, wari ili mili siti sol, apanaye soha. Namo Ratnatraya, Namo Arya Yana, Sagara, Virochana Bhuvaratsaya, Tathagataya, Ahate Samyak Sambuddhaya, Namo Sawa Tathagate Be, Ahate Be Samyak Sambuddha Be, Namo Arya Avalokite, Shoraya Bodhisattvaya, Mahasattvaya, Mahakarunikaya, Tayata Om Dara Dara, Diri Diri, Duru Duru, Ite Vate, Sale Sale, Prasale Prasale, Kusume Kusume, Wari Hili Mili Siti Tolam Hapanaya Soha. Namo Ratnatraya, Namo Haryayana, Sagara, Virochana Bhuvaratsaya, Tathagataya, Ahate Samyak Sambuddhaya, Namo Sawa Tathagate Be, Ahate Be Samyak Sambuddha Be, Namo Arya Avalokite, Shoraya Bodhisattvaya, Mahasattvaya, Mahakarunikaya, Tayata Om Dara Dara, Diri Diri, Duru Duru, Ite Vate, Sale Sale, Prasale Prasale, Kusume Kusume, Wari Mili Siti Solam, Apanaye Soha. And we shift to the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed in the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. And think that Chenrezig above our crowns and above the crowns of all sentient beings dissolves into light and absorbs into us, blessing our body, speech, and minds. Namai Sanghe Drugyune Droma Chinkyam Malupa Jai Sala Kupasho. May the supreme jewel bodhicitta that is not arisen arise and grow. And may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. May the precious view of emptiness that is not arisen arise and grow. And may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. And so remembering the emptiness of the agent, the action, the object, all completely empty because they dependently arise. For our teachers, long life. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably guiding Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. You can relax your attention. And so if you're doing back-to-back sessions, you can have a little stretch, a little sip of something, and then we'll do another session. And for this next session, we'll use calling the Guru from afar in order to revive the motivation. Okay. Lama, think of me. Lama, think of me. Lama, think of me. The wisdom of all Buddhas, one taste with the Dharmakaya, is itself the ultimate nature of all kind lamas. I beseech you, Lama Dharmakaya, please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the bardo. Wisdom's own illusory appearance, the conqueror with 7 branches, is itself the ultimate basis of emanation of all kind lamas. I beseech you, Lama Sambhogakaya, please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the bardo. The play of various emanations, suiting the dispositions of the many to be subdued, is itself the behavior of the Sambhogakaya of the kind lamas. I beseech you, Lama Nirmanakaya, please guide me always without separation in this life, future lives, and the bardo. The play of the inseparable 3 kayas appearing in the form of the Lama is itself one with the very essence of all kind lamas. I beseech you, Lama, the inseparable 3 kayas, please guide me always without separation in this life, future lives, and the bardo. All the infinite, peaceful, and wrathful yidams are also the Lama's nature. And since no yidam exists apart from the kind Lama, I beseech you, Lama, who comprises all yidams, please guide me always without separation in this life, future lives, and the bardo. The ordinary form of all Buddhas arises in the aspect of the Lama. Therefore, no Buddhas are observed apart from the kind Lama himself. I beseech you, Lama, who comprises all Buddhas, please guide me always without separation in this life, future lives, and the bardo. The very form of all conquerors' wisdom, compassion, and power arises as the Lama. Therefore, the supreme Arya lords of the 3 types are also the kind Lama himself. I beseech you, Lama, who combines 3 families in one, please guide me always without separation in this life, future lives, and the bardo. The 105 and 3 types, however many are elaborated, are the Lama. The pervasive master in whom they are all included is also the Lama. I beseech you, Lama, as master of all the types, please guide me always without separation in this life, future lives, and the bardo. The creator of all Buddhas, Dharma, and Sangha is the Lama. The one who combines all 3 refuges is the kind Lama. I beseech you, Lama, whose presence combines all refuges, please guide me always without separation in this life, future lives, and the bardo. Thinking of how the actual form of all Buddhas arises in the aspect of the Lama and mercifully guides me, reminds me of you, Lama. Thinking of how you show the excellent, unmistaken path to me, an unfortunate, wretched being, abandoned by all the Buddhas, reminds me of you, Lama. Thinking of this excellent body, highly meaningful and difficult to obtain, and wishing to take its essence with unerring choice between gain and loss, happiness and suffering, reminds me of you, Lama. Thinking of the experience of not knowing what to do when the great fear of death suddenly descends upon me, reminds me of you, Lama. Thinking of the experience of just now suddenly separating from all the perfections of this life and going on alone, reminds me of you, Lama. Thinking of how the suffering of hunger and thirst without a drop of water is directly experienced in the unfortunate Preta realm, reminds me of you, Lama. Thinking of how very repulsive and wretched it is to become a foolish, stupid animal and what it would be like to experience it myself, reminds me of you, Lama. Thinking of a refuge to protect me from this, since I'm now about to fall into the wretched states of bad migration, reminds me of you, Lama. Thinking of how white and black actions are experienced and how to practice thorough and precise engagement and restraint reminds me of you, Lama. Thinking of a method to escape this prison of endless existences, the source of all suffering, reminds me of you, Lama. thinking of the plight of my pitiful old mothers, pervasive as space, fallen amidst the fearful ocean of samsara and tormented there, reminds me of you, Lama. Therefore, Lama, please bless me to generate in my mental continuum effortless experience of the profound three principles of the path and the two stages. Please bless me to strive in one pointed practice of the three trainings with the intense thought of renunciation in order to reach the secure state of liberation. Please bless me to train in the precious supreme bodhicitta with a special attitude taking responsibility to liberate all migrators by myself alone. Please bless me to follow after the ocean of conquerors with a will to cross to the very end of the waves of deeds of the conqueror's sons. Please bless me to realize the supreme view, free of extremes, in which emptiness and dependent arising, appearance and emptiness complement each other. Please bless me quickly to generate the experience of taking the three kayas into the path, ripening the bases of birth, death, and bardo. Please bless me to arise as the illusory divine body itself, the play of the four joys and four emptinesses, the wind and mind absorbed in the central channel. Please bless me to meet the ultimate Lama, the bare face of my innate mind, with the covering of perception of true existence and perceiving it as true removed. Please bless me to be one with your three secrets, Lama, in the vast Dharmakaya of great bliss, which has exhausted the elaborations of the two obscurations. In short, please abide inseparably in the center of my heart until the great enlightenment, and mercifully bless me, the child, follow after you, the Father. Lama, think of me. Lama, think of me. Lama, think of me. And so think that the embodiment of the Lama is Guru Chenrezig, Avalokiteshvara, who appears above the crown of our head. Radiant white, made of transparent light, three-dimensional and real, present. And we develop a strong bodhicitta motivation that this practice leads to our enlightenment, so that we can swiftly and directly benefit sentient beings in the most accurate way, our own suffering being dispelled as well. And we think, may all obstacles related to the pandemic be ended. The virus itself and all the health issues that come along with it, may they be dispelled. May people suffering from grief, bereavement, sense of loss from loved ones who have died from this virus, may they find relief and connection and support. May those who have anxiety in their minds about catching it or spreading it find wisdom, clarity. May they be protected from getting the virus. May they be protected from spreading the virus. May all of the peripheral suffering related to the pandemic, like the increase in domestic violence, like the increase in unemployment, like increases in homelessness, all of the financial and social hardships, may they be quickly dispelled. May all of the conflict within families and conflict within workplaces, conflict amongst friends groups, within society at large, between countries, related to what's the best thing to do with this pandemic. May all of that conflict be ended. May collaboration increase. Transparency, sharing of information, sharing of resources. May all countries be free from selfishness, ethnocentrism, etc. And may we as individuals not give in to the temptations of self-cherishing. May we all stop thinking me first. And if we don't have the karma for this pandemic to end anytime soon, may we increase the fortitude of our mind, the wisdom of our mind to take all hardships on the path to awakening, deepening our compassion, strengthening our determination to be free, helping us to relate more to wisdom, less to afflictions. And so holding awareness of these ideas, holding awareness of Chenrezig being present here with all of us, we add the motivation prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Streams of white nectar flow down from Chenrezig's heart center, down through the crown of our heads. White nectar light flowing down and through, flushing us clean, purifying body, speech, and mind, soothing and protecting. Holding that visualization, we add the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Hum. Om Mani Padme 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 Hum. Om Mani. Continuing the mantra under your breath, together with the visualization. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of growth spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so think that Chenrezig, above all of our crowns, dissolves into light, absorbs into us, and blesses our body, speech, and minds. And we dedicate, may all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed, and may the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain, to dispel the misery of the world. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. May the supreme jewel bodhicitta that is not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. May the precious view of emptiness that is not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. And so remembering the emptiness of the agent, the action, the object, all lack inherent existence because they dependently arise. And you can relax your attention. And now we'll get ready to do another session led by another venerable.
Hi there, good evening.
Hi, over to you.
Okay, all right, thanks very much. Okay then.
Thank you, Venerable.
Good evening, Aldo.
Pleased to see you again.
Nice to see you, to hear you. Okay. So, good evening from Washington State, on the west coast of the US. Thank you very much, Venerable Yunten, for a delightful session. We've got an hour together, so that gives us time to take a moment at the beginning to just bring our attention more fully into the present moment experience. If we're continuing on from previous session, letting the blessings and the inspiration, the words and the dedications and the mantras settle. And if we're joining for a new session, letting go of our activities of the past and also giving ourselves permission to let go of any need that we might feel to think about anything related to the future. And in this way, we can bring our mind inside. And in this way, laying a firm foundation for the practice ahead. No matter what activity we're engaged in, the more that we can bring our focused attention to the activity, the more effective our engagement will be. So when we think about our altruistic wish to be of some benefit in the world, to offer these prayers and practices, thanks to the kind guidance of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, to gather together in any way that we can once a week for 24 hours and offer these prayers into the world, so that we find ourselves here together doing this, then naturally we want to make this time as meaningful and as effective, to offer the most help that we can. So on this foundation of a stilled mind and a calm body, then we can create through reflection, contemplation, we can create a warm-hearted, open-minded motivation for engaging in these prayers and practices together. The vaster that our motivation is, the more sincere and heartfelt, the more that we can connect with the difficulties that living beings are experiencing, particularly here in this world with the pandemic. Then the more that our heart opens, and the more powerful our prayers can be. So an effective technique for opening the heart in an authentic way is to consider two ways of thinking about others. And the first way that connects us is to reflect and recognize how myself and any other living being I can think of, whether I think of them as my friend or family, a loved one, someone I care about, someone I know well, or whether we consider others that we haven't met yet, or if we've met, it's in a very superficial way, very light touch. We don't know much about them. Or even if we think of those that we have a difficult time with, that we might have some conflict. No matter who we think of, when we think of ourselves and that other person, if we look carefully, we can see that we're exactly the same in our wish to have happiness, to have a positive state of mind, to have good things happen in life. And also, we're exactly the same in not wanting to suffer, not wanting any kind of difficulty, no matter how small. So this innate wish to have good things, happiness, a happy mind, and to avoid difficulties, suffering, we're all exactly the same. So whether we regard others as different, beyond a certain wall that we create, or a boundary, or whether we consider the reality of how similar a very important aspect of our life is. Depends on our own mind. If we think in a narrow way, we can find all sorts of justification to not care. Or to care in a very selective way. But if we look in a deeper level, we see that those artificial lines and boundaries, they are created by our own mind. And they limit our love, our compassion, the opportunity to benefit others. But also, very interestingly, they limit our own happiness. So the very thing that we want in life, we limit by deciding that some aren't deserving, or we don't have time, or not for this reason, or not for that reason. Not only are we limiting our ability, our opportunity to help others, but we're limiting our own happiness. And when we see through these arbitrary lines and walls and boundaries and tune into this reality of how similar we are in this profound way, we can feel the heart open. And a deep level of happiness is now accessible. Why would we not want to be in this state of mind as much as possible? So a sense of connection is the first ingredient. And the second is when we, based on this sense of connection, we consider the experience of others. And even though, just like myself, they want happiness, we all want happiness and we don't want suffering. Yet when we check, we can see that so much of the time we are engaging in activities that creates the causes for the very suffering that we don't want. It's as if we don't want suffering, but we run towards it. And we want happiness, but we keep running away from it. And what is it that causes us to run in the opposite direction from where we really want to go? Is our habitual and often out of control minds. And what is it that causes this out of control experience, this impulsive, habituated cycling, suffering, and the causes of suffering are what we call afflictions or negative, destructive emotions. When something good happens, we want to hold on to it with attachment. We want more of it. We don't want it to end. And yet the nature of all phenomena is impermanent. So we try to clutch onto something that has no potential to remain in the way that we want it to. And our mind gets agitated. And when difficulties come along, we often react in a very narrow way, wanting to push it away. And the mind often gets agitated. And when we look for what's driving these afflictions, these destructive emotions, we see that the more tightly that we hold on to this belief of how important a sense of self that is disconnected from others, this ego that is the most important and like an island in the world. But the more we hold on to this misconception the more we're at risk of these afflictions, these destructive emotions, and then the more that we suffer and create the causes for more suffering. So when we consider that ourselves and all living beings are exactly the same in our wish for happiness and to not suffer, and yet, because we haven't brought the ego mind under control, we haven't seen through the hallucination that believes there is this solid self, it's an island and independent and more important, then we will suffer. And these two together are the basis for us being able to develop an open-hearted, kind, loving, compassionate mind. And then we shine this warm-hearted compassion out into the world, and when we look through this lens, we see so much difficulty experienced in the world, particularly right now with the pandemic. Many people have died. Many have been very sick and continue some of the symptoms lingering on. Some people are still sick and getting sick now. Others have also been extremely isolated. Many people's mental health has been affected because of this isolation. Marriages have unfortunately come to an end because of conflict in the home. Some people have been isolated, trapped in some way with people that abuse them, as their social connections have been cut off due to isolation. People have limited resources and lost perhaps their work and their means for survival. And there's been a lot of fear and worry and anger in some places at disagreement with policies and decisions made to try to handle something that was unpredicted and unprecedented. So the last 2 years, we've seen so much suffering in this world. And it's touched almost every single living being on the planet in a way that it's been difficult. So we come together and we can generate this altruistic mind that wishes to offer benefit to each and every human and all living beings, because we see the connection that we share, like one human family, brothers and sisters. And we see how much people are suffering. And we somehow have the good fortune to have met with teachers who can explain and show us things that we can do, prayers, meditation, study, to develop our minds and gain an understanding of our own minds, our own psychology, the nature of reality, and a method for freeing ourselves from all suffering. So now that we've met with these teachings this time, we have to do everything that we can. We want to make use of it. So in this, we can then visualize that around us all living beings are joining us in this practice. On our left side, our mother of this life, and on our right side, our father of this life. Around us, our friends and family, and in the space in front of us, we can invite a very special guest, someone that we have conflict with. They're so precious and kind in offering us the opportunity to love, to be compassionate, even though there's conflict, to go beyond that, to open our hearts even more. Our best friend doesn't offer us that opportunity, only the one that we have conflict with. And then surrounding us, all living beings, as far as we can imagine, joining us, and we can lead them, help by leading in these prayers and practices. And then in the space in front of us, as fast as the sky, we can bring to mind the compassion and wisdom, energy of all the enlightened beings pervading space. And then we can shape this clean, clear light into the form of Guru Shakti Buddha, Guru Chenrezig, Buddha of compassion, white body, youthful, body made of light. In aspect, in the form of Guru Chenrezig, and in the aspect, in the nature of our teacher that inspires us. His Holiness Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Who are living examples of highest levels of love and compassion and wisdom. And then together with all living beings around us, we can recite the foundation of all good qualities, to plant imprints in the mind for the entire path to enlightenment. Foundation of all good qualities is the kind and perfect pure Guru. Correct devotion to him is the root of the path. By clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon him with great respect. Understanding that the precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once, is greatly meaningful and is difficult to find again, please bless me to generate the mind that unceasingly day and night takes its essence. This life is as impermanent as a water bubble. Remember how quickly it decays and death comes. After death, just as a shadow follows the body, the results of black and white karma follow. Finding firm and definite conviction in this, please bless me always to be careful, to abandon even the slightest negativities and accomplish all virtuous deeds. Seeking samsaric pleasures is the door to all suffering. They are uncertain and cannot be relied upon. Recognizing these shortcomings, please bless me to generate the strong wish for the bliss of liberation. Led by this pure thought, mindfulness, alertness, and great caution arise. The root of the teachings is keeping the pratimoksha vows. Please bless me to accomplish this essential practice. Just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother migratory beings. Please bless me to see this, train in supreme bodhicitta, and bear the responsibility of freeing migratory beings. Even if I merely develop bodhicitta, but I don't practice the three types of morality, I will not achieve enlightenment. With my clear recognition of this, please bless me to practice the bodhisattva vows with great energy. Once I've pacified distractions to wrong objects and correctly analyze the meaning of reality, please bless me to generate quickly within my mind stream the unified path of calm abiding and special insight. Having become a pure vessel by training in the general path, please bless me to enter the holy gateway of the fortunate ones, the supreme Vajra vehicle. At that time, the basis of accomplishing the two attainments is keeping pure vows and samaya. As I have become firmly convinced of this, please bless me to protect these vows and pledges like my life. Then, having realized the importance of the two stages, the essence of the Vajrayana, by practicing with great energy, never giving up before sessions, please bless me to realize the teachings of the Holy Guru. Like that, may the gurus who show the noble path and the spiritual friends who practice it have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely all outer and inner hindrances. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the stages and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. So now we do the motivation and take refuge with, according to the lines from Liberating the Sakya from Disease Prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So then, taking a few moments to meditate on the meaning of refuge, to see if we can deepen, strengthen this mind of refuge. We take refuge all day long in different experiences, different objects, different people. Just like when we fall down, we look for something reliable to lift ourselves back up, sturdy, strong, stable. So too, when we recognize by studying, learning about our own mind, the more that we come to realize how we, much of the time, are stuck in a loop of creating the causes for difficulties, experiencing the difficulties and reacting to them with minds and behavior that creates the cause for more difficulties. And so we're in this continual loop. And when we bring this to mind, we develop a much stronger yearning to be free from this cycle, to somehow break free from it. And that's exactly what the Buddha taught, how to learn about our own mind in order to change our actions, develop our wisdom, and by becoming familiar with and then realizing the nature of our own mind and the nature of reality, freeing ourselves from these mistaken concepts. So this is what the Buddha taught. This sounds like a reliable refuge. But not just the person, but what we really want to rely on is what their understanding and what they taught, the explanations, the Dharma. The Buddha taught for many years to different audiences according to their capacity. And so in order to make sense of this vast array of different teachings, we need to rely on spiritual friends, guides on the path, the Sangha. So we see how these three together, acting in some way like a doctor, prescribing medicine that we are assisted in taking by the nurses. We can take refuge from the depths of our heart in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. The enlightened beings, their teachings, and the spiritual community that helps guide us on the path. And the more that we can put our mind into this understanding of refuge, the more that we can direct our lives away from causes of suffering and towards causes of happiness. As well as this external way of taking refuge, we can also think of our own potential to become Buddha, an enlightened being. Our own potential to cease all the mistaken minds and develop all the qualities, and in this way take refuge in the inner Dharma. And in doing so, we can then be an increasingly helpful, supportive guide to others on the path, and so also take refuge in a Sangha. And like the verse describes or mentions, we take refuge in the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dhammakaya. Despite the fact that we believe most of the time that there's this solid, separate, important, most important I, self, that is separate from everyone. Despite the fact that we believe this, it's a mistaken concept. It never existed in this way, and it never will exist. And our minds are empty of this mistaken concept, this mistaken sense of self. And that's the empty clarity of our minds. And because they have this nature, they can be fully developed and changed. So this is a very powerful and effective refuge to think of the potential in one's own mind to change, because the negative habits that we have are not in the nature of the mind. therefore we can change it. And so we can now recite the mantra of Guru Chenrezig. And as we do, we can visualize that light and nectar comes from Guru Chenrezig as we recite the mantra. And this light and nectar radiates out and enters all living beings around us. And it's like soothing nectar that dispels, dissolves any pain and suffering, physical, emotional, mental. Bringing, offering, infusing a sense of joy and comfort. Opening the heart and also giving a sense of confidence and clarity. So as we recite the mantra together, we can keep this visualization going, perhaps bringing to mind, in particular, people we know who we would like to offer this purification to, these prayers, this benefit. And those that we have a strong karmic connection with, we can, because of this connection, we can offer more help. Visualizing them clearly and visualizing the nectar and light rays entering them and purifying their minds. Mm. 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 Then we can invite Guru Chenrezig to come and sit on the crown of our heads and the heads of every single living being. Guru Chenrezig radiates out replicas and comes to sit on the crown of our heads. And then we invite Guru Chenrezig to stay with us and continue to inspire us in every moment throughout the day. And Guru Chenrezig dissolves into light, and this light dissolves into ourselves. And we take a moment or two to feel the sense of oneness with Guru Chenrezig's holy body, holy speech, and holy mind. Imagining to have this mind of complete kindness. By nature altruistic, and with a wisdom that knows exactly how to benefit others according to whatever their need is at that time. And we can infuse this reflection with a wish of a recognition of how wonderful it would be to fully develop these qualities ourselves. How we could help in such profound ways. How we will be able to when we've developed these qualities of wisdom and compassion. And then to help seal this meditation, visualization, and practice, we can recite the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher needing an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And I'll just find another dedication prayer for us. A very beautiful dedication prayer you can recite, called the King of Prayers. We have a little more time. Dedicate all this virtue that we've created today, all the positive energy from these prayers and motivation. And we can dedicate with this Bodhisattva prayer. I bow down to the youthful Arya Manjushri, the alliance amongst humans, gone to freedom in the present, past, and future, in the worlds of the 10 directions. To all of you with body, speech, and sincere mind, I bow down. With the energy of aspiration for the Bodhisattva way, with a sense of deep respect, and with as many bodies as atoms of the world, to all of you Buddhas visualized as real, I bow down. On every atom are Buddhas, numberless as atoms. On every atom are Buddhas, numberless as atoms, each amidst a host of Bodhisattvas. And I'm confident the sphere of all phenomena is entirely filled with Buddhas in this way, with infinite oceans of praise for you and oceans of sound from the aspects of my voice. I sing the breathtaking excellence of Buddhas and celebrate all of you gone to bliss. Beautiful flowers and regal garlands, sweet music, scented oils and parasols, sparkling lights and sublime incense I offer to you, victorious ones. Fine dress and fragrant perfumes, sandalwood powder, heaped high as Mount Meru. All wondrous offerings and spectacular array I offer to you, victorious ones. With transcendent offerings, peerless and vast, with profound admiration for all the Buddhas, with strength of conviction in the Bodhisattva way, I offer and bow down to all victorious ones. Every harmful action I've done with my body, speech, and mind, overwhelmed by attachment, anger, and confusion, all of these I openly lay bare before you. I lift up my heart and rejoice in all positive potential of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in 10 directions, of the solitary realizers here still training, and those beyond, and of all ordinary beings. You who are the bright lights of the worlds in 10 directions, who have attained the Buddha's omniscience through the stages of awakening, all of you who are my guides, please turn the supreme wheel of Dharma. With palms together, I earnestly request, you who may actualize paranirvana, please stay with us for eons, numberless as atoms of the world, for the happiness and well-being of all wanderers in samsara. Whatever slight positive potential I may have created by my paying homage, offering and acknowledging my faults, rejoicing and requesting that the Buddhas stay and teach, I now dedicate all this for full awakening. May you Buddhas now living in the worlds of 10 directions, and all of you gone to freedom in the past, accept my offerings. May those not yet arisen quickly perfect their minds, awaking as fully enlightened ones. May all worlds in 10 directions be entirely pure and vast. May they be filled with bodhisattvas surrounding Buddhas gathered beneath a Bodhi tree. May as many beings as exist in 10 directions be always well and happy. May all samsaric beings live in accord with the Dharma, and may their every Dharma wish be fulfilled. Remembering my past lives in all varieties of existence, may I practice the Bodhisattva way, and thus in each cycle of death, migration, and birth, may I always abandon the householder's life. Then, following the footsteps of all the Buddhas and perfecting the practice of a Bodhisattva, may I always act without error or compromise, with ethical discipline, faultless and pure. May I teach the Dharma in the language of gods, in every language of spirits and nagas, of humans and of demons, and in the voice of every form of being. May I be gentle-minded, cultivating the 6 paramitas, and never forget bodhicitta. May I completely cleanse without omission every negativity and all that obscures this awakening mind. May I traverse all my lives in the world, free of karma afflictions and interfering forces. Just as the lotus blossom is undisturbed by the water's wave, just as the sun and moon move unhindered through the sky. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I practice constantly for eons to come, perfecting the activities of awakening, acting in harmony with the various dispositions of beings, showing the ways of bodhisattva. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, where we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me, and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. May I always directly see the Buddhas, masters encircled by Bodhisattvas. Without pause or discouragement for eons to come, may I make extensive offerings to them. May I hold within me the Buddha's guide, genuine Dharma, illuminate everywhere the teachings that awaken, embody the realizations of a Bodhisattva, and practice ardently in all future eons. While circling through all states of existence, may I become an endless treasure of good qualities, skillful means, wisdom, samadhi, and liberating stabilizations, gathering limitless pristine wisdom and positive potential. On one atom, I shall see Buddha fields numberless as atoms, inconceivable Buddhas among Bodhisattvas in every field, practicing the activities of awakening. Perceiving this in all directions, I dive into the ocean of Buddha fields, each an ocean of 3 times Buddhas in the space of a wisp of hair. So I too will practice for an ocean of eons. Thus I'm continually immersed in the speech of the Buddha's expression that reveals an ocean of qualities in one word, the completely pure eloquence of all the Buddhas, communication suited to the varied tendencies of beings. With strength of understanding, I plunge into the infinite enlightened speech of the Dharma of all Buddhas in the 3 times gone to freedom, who continually turn the wheel of Dharma methods. I shall experience in one moment such vast activity of all future eons, and I will enter into all the eons of the 3 times in but a fraction of a second. In one instant, I shall see all those awakened beings, past, present, and future lines among humans. And with the power of the illusion-like stabilization, I will constantly engage in their inconceivable activity. I shall manifest upon one single atom and the array of pure lands, present, past, and future. Likewise, I shall enter the array of pure Buddha fields in every direction without exception. I shall enter the very presence of all my guides, those lights of this world who are yet to appear, those sequentially turning the wheels of complete awakening, those who reveal nirvana, final perfect peace. May I achieve the power of swift magical elimination, the power to lead to the great vehicle to every approach, the power of always beneficial activity, the power of love pervading all realms, the power of all surpassing positive potential, the power of supreme knowledge unrestricted by discrimination, and through the powers of wisdom, skillful means, and samadhi, may I achieve the perfect power of awakening. purifying the power of all contaminated actions, crushing the power of disturbing emotions at their root, diffusing the power of interfering forces. I shall perfect the power of the Bodhisattva practice. May I purify an ocean of worlds, may I free an ocean of beings, may I clearly see an ocean of Dharma, may I realize an ocean of pristine wisdom. May I purify an ocean of activities, may I fulfill an ocean of aspirations, may I make offerings to an ocean of Buddhas, and may I practice without discouragement for an ocean of eons. To awaken fully through this Bodhisattva practice, I shall fulfill without exception all the diverse aspirations of the awakening practice of all Buddhas gone to freedom in 3 times everywhere. In order to practice exactly as the wise one called Samantabhadra, all embracing good, the older brother of the sons and daughters of the Buddhas, I completely dedicate all this goodness. Likewise, may I dedicate this to skillful Samantabhadra, with body, speech, and mind, pure action, and pure Buddha fields. I shall give rise to the aspirations of Manjushri for this Bodhisattva practice, all embracing good, to perfect these practices without discouragement or pause in all future eons. May my pure activities be endless, my good qualities boundless, and through abiding in measurable activity may I actualize infinite emanations. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings. Thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. One may offer to the Buddhas all wealth and adornments of infinite worlds in 10 directions, and one may offer during eons numberless as atoms of the world. Even the greatest happiness of human gods and humans, but whoever hears this extraordinary aspiration and longing for highest awakening, gives rise to faith just once, creates far more precious positive potential. Those who make this heartfelt aspiration for the Bodhisattva way will be free of all rebirths, free of harmful companions, and will quickly see Amitabha, infinite light. Even in this very human life, they will be nourished by happiness and have all conducive circumstances. Without waiting long, they will become like Samantabhadra himself. Those who give voice to this extraordinary aspiration will quickly and completely purify the 5 boundless harmful actions created under the power of ignorance. Blessed with supreme knowledge, excellent body, family, attributes, and appearance, they will be invincible to fast interfering forces and misleading teachers. And all the 3 worlds will make offerings, going quickly to the noble Bodhi tree and sitting there to benefit sentient beings. Subduing all interfering forces, they will fully awaken and turn the great wheel of Dharma. I have no doubt that complete awakening is a fully ripened result comprehended only by Buddha, of holding in mind by teaching, reading, and reciting this aspiration of the Bodhisattva practice. In order to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality as it is, and just like Samantabhadra as well, I completely dedicate all this goodness just as they did. With that dedication, which is praised as greatest by all the Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times, I too dedicate all my roots of goodness for the attainment to the Bodhisattva practice. When the moment of my death arrives, by eliminating all obscurations and perceiving directly Amitabha, may I go immediately to Sukhavati, pure land of great joy. Having gone to Sukhavati, may I actualize the meanings of these aspirations, fulfilling them all without exception for the benefit of beings for as long as this world endures. Born for an extremely beautiful superlative lotus in this joyful land, the Buddha's magnificent mandala, may I receive a prediction of my awakening directly from Buddha Amitabha. Having received the prediction there, may I create vast benefit for beings throughout the 10 directions, with 1 billion emanations by the power of wisdom, through even the small virtue I've accumulated by offering this prayer of the Bodhisattva practice. Through even the small virtue I've accumulated by offering this prayer of the Bodhisattva practice, may all the positive aspirations of beings be fulfilled in an instant, through creating limitless positive potential by dedicating this prayer of Samantabhadra deeds. May all beings drowning in this torrent of suffering enter the presence of Amitabha. To this King of aspirations, which is the greatest of the sublime, helping infinite wanderers in samsara, to the accomplishment of the scripture dazzling with Samantabhadra's practice, may suffering realms be utterly emptied of all beings. And may all of our gurus, His Holiness Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all our precious gurus, their lives be long and stable, perfect health, and may they remain to teach us until samsara ends, and all their projects and plans and wishes come about exactly as they envision, without a second's delay. Okay. So I thought we spilled over into your time, Njana.
That's okay. I'm on Hawaiian
I forgot
time
how long
anyway.
the King of Prayers takes, a little bit longer than I remembered.
Yeah, well, that's why they call it the king. The king can take his own schedule, his own time, right?
Well, nice to see you. I hope you enjoyed time with your family.
Yeah, so far so good. And yeah, I mentioned my brother is coming in from Washington tomorrow, so
Yeah,
he has an early
very
morning
good.
flight from Wenatchee. So yeah, escaping the winter.
Yeah,
To come here.
fair
Yeah,
enough. Well,
yeah.
yeah, I hope you enjoy your time and your travels. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you too. Take care, and yeah, we'll stay in touch.
Okay, bye for now.
All right. Okay. Bye. Okay. So hello and welcome to everyone. Let's see. We're good, right? Okay. So hello and welcome to everyone. Thank you for joining our ongoing series of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayerathon session. My name is Tenzin Namjong, and as many of you have been joining for a long time, I don't want to go too much into the sort of background, but there could be some newcomers. And so for the newcomers, you should know that we've been doing these sessions as a global Sangha community for many, many weeks now on the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So Lama Zopa Rinpoche, in his infinite wisdom and compassion, saw that this particular prayer that was composed by the great Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo would be extremely beneficial to help quell the effects of the pandemic, the coronavirus pandemic, that, well, for now coming up on more than 2 years, has been ravaging the world. So on the one hand, we should all take a very great joy in the fact that we have been able to, as a global Sangha community, come together and follow the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, generate virtuous motivation, and try to do something to benefit sentient beings who are suffering. So at the beginning of any practice that we do, we always adjust our motivation. And so, yes, we are doing this to help quell the effects of the coronavirus pandemic. But more generally, when we think of the motivation of great compassion, then this wish that others be free from suffering. And of the various types of suffering that sentient beings are experiencing, then you'll know that the suffering of sickness is just one of the many types of suffering. And so, as we say in the four measurable prayers, we always say, may all sentient beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. So, when we look more deeply, yes, the virus and the new variants and so forth, do cause the suffering of illness. But more generally speaking, why are we in this situation? It's because we, as beings who are trapped in samsara, we take this kind of uncontrolled rebirth due to our karma and afflictions. And therefore, developing attachment and anger and depression and the whole slew of mental afflictions as well. So now, when we think, yes, I want to be free from suffering, then we need to be very precise in identifying what the root cause of all of our suffering is. And here, when we reflect on the Buddhist teachings, you'll know then in the Buddha's very first teaching, the teaching of the Four Noble Truths, he taught the truth of suffering, and then the truth of the cause of suffering, or the truth of the origin of suffering. And the origin of suffering is the karma and the afflictions. And of all the various afflictions, then the so-called root of the root would be the ignorant mind that grasps onto the true existence of phenomena. So since this is a wrong mind that engages in an incorrect manner into reality, then in order to be free of that, we need to cultivate the antidote, which is the wisdom realizing how things truly exist, how things actually exist, we should say. And that is that phenomena don't have even an atom of inherent existence from their own side. And so whether we want to be free from suffering, then we need to cultivate that wisdom. And if we want others to be free from suffering, we need to then help them cultivate the wisdom realizing emptiness within their own mental continuum. And in order to do that in the most effective way, then we should develop all of our qualities to their highest extent, which is the attainment of the state of enlightenment or Buddhahood. Then and only then will we have all the skills, the qualities, the knowledge, in order to help sentient beings to guide them from the oceans of samsaric suffering to the state of enlightenment in the most effective way. And therefore, in order that we may quickly attain the state of enlightenment, so we can be of utmost benefit for sentient beings, then we need to accumulate the causes for attaining enlightenment. We also need to abandon all of the various obstacles that would prevent us from attaining enlightenment. And therefore, in order to accumulate those causes and remove the obstacles, we're going to engage in this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer session here today. Okay, so that is the motivation, and let's just jump right into the teaching, or sorry, the practice here. So there you should have the screen share. So now at the beginning, we can visualize all the sentient beings in the space around us. And we can think that as we do the practice, we are leading them in the practice. So we are like the chant leader. And then, excuse me, in the space in front of us, we can visualize our Guru in the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha. Our Guru has come here to this place to help guide us, to help lead us to the state of enlightenment. And then recalling the Guru's qualities, as well as the qualities of the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, and aspiring to attain those qualities within our own mental continuum. Then we recite this refuge formula. All sentient beings, among others, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds. All sentient beings, among others, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, among others, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so now here we'll do the mantra recitation, the mantra of the Buddha of Compassion, Avalokiteshvara. And so now here, before we do the mantra recitation, if you've had the initiation in the past, you can generate yourself as deity. So first purifying all the impure appearances into emptiness, which means, we can reflect on the meaning of emptiness, right? That phenomena don't exist in this, inherent existing from their own side. Yet they appear in that way to our afflicted, deluded minds, the minds that are stained by the imprints of grasping to true existence, which we have done since beginningless time. So now, our very mind that realizes the ultimate nature of all phenomena then arises as Avalokiteshvara. If you don't have the initiation, then you can just visualize Avalokiteshvara in the space in front of you. Either way, now we visualize at the heart of Avalokiteshvara a lotus on top of which is a moon disk, on top of which is the upright syllable free. Surrounding the seed syllable free is the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. As we recite the mantra, countless light rays radiate out in 10 directions. These light rays then come to strike all sentient beings. And when these light rays touch the sentient beings, then all of their negative karma, all of their sickness, all of their delusions, all of the obscurations towards liberation and enlightenment are completely purified. And then sentient beings become enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. So, with that visualization in mind, we'll recite the mantra. And first, we'll do it in a chanting, melodious manner. And then, after some rounds of recitation like that, we will go to a quicker and more silent recitation. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om. Also now just rest in the awareness that due to having recited the mantra and the powerful purifying light rays from Avalokiteshvara's heart, that all sentient beings are now completely purified of all their negative karma, all of their sickness, all of their obscurations to liberation and enlightenment, and are now enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. Okay, so now we'll continue for the rest of the session, just reciting over and over again the actual prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, Like a butcher leading animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis and protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, last time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. So now, hold on. We will switch to a more general dedication. So these are the standard dedication prayers from the FPMT Essential Prayer Book. So first, to actualize bodhicitta. So Lama Zopa Rinpoche often elaborates on the prayer as follows. So please dedicate like this. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May be generated in my heart and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. And then for the long life of our holy gurus, first for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold Sadhuru's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones, savor myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Then lastly, to seal the dedication with the understanding of emptiness. So due to all the past, present, future minds collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Okay, and let's also dedicate for all the beings who are sick. So whether due to coronavirus or any other ailment. May all these beings who are currently sick be in this very moment quickly freed from all of their ailments. And then more generally speaking, may all the various sicknesses that there are in the world never occur again. And then we can also dedicate for all those who have recently died. So all the beings who are in the bardo, then may they be reborn in Pure Land of the Buddha, where they can achieve enlightenment, or at the very least, attain again a perfect human rebirth, meet with a Mahayana Guru, meet with a Mahayana Dharma, practice well in their next life, and attain enlightenment in that very lifetime. So thank you very much. I see Venerable Thupten Chiki is on next.
Hello, Venerable. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
You well? You well?
Yes, I am. How are you?
Good, very good, thanks. You look
Great.
like you're out bush. Out in
something, yeah. I'm in my mother's backyard. It's quite backlit, but there's some mountains in the background that you can't see because my webcam is really bad. So it looks like there's just a white background, but yeah.
Enjoy it. Okay.
Yes. Okay, yes. Take care. Be well. We'll see you next time.
Be well.
Okay, thank you.
So zooming back here, it's still morning here in here we are back in WA, Western Australia, not the other WA, not Washington State, in Western Australia. And you know, myself, I did an earlier session, and then meantime we were welcoming into the center many Vietnamese celebrating, you know, practitioners celebrating the New Year, and the Chinese Vietnamese New Year coincide. And last weekend and this weekend, so, you know, different busloads coming in. So it's just so wonderful to be inspired by so much pure devotion. And that today they started 6:30 a.m., finish at 6:30 p.m.-ish, 10 temples, right? So quite phenomenal, you know, jam-packed day, and everyone just so much joy and enthusiasm. And, you know, for myself, you know, engaging in this prayerathon brings that joy and enthusiasm, following the Guru's advice, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, as to the best of our ability and as swiftly as we can, but also so precious to have the advice of our precious Gurus, of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all our other precious Gurus, to be able to negotiate these most challenging times in the world. And for us, you know, great change has happened over the last 2 years in so many ways as human beings that maybe we won't even be aware of for years and years, decades to come, in terms of social change, our ways we interact and so forth, you know. When I was in the Gompa with the Vietnamese with their masks on, I said, oh gosh, even the masks are smiling. You know, it weren't ones with smiles on the outside. You could tell this, you know, from the formation of the face, which is quite nice that we've got used to being able to do that. So may we all, as we also hold in our hearts, of course, Venerable Thich Nhat Hanh, who's passed, but one of the most profound advices I have found, well, so many in Tay's teachings, but particularly, you know, the sort of attitude of smiling on the inside. And so this can help with our bodhicitta, setting our bodhicitta motivation, and to immerse our minds more fully in that. I'll start here with the 4 immeasurable thoughts, you know, infusing our mind with immeasurable equanimity, immeasurable loving kindness, immeasurable compassion, and immeasurable joyfulness, joy. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to abide in equanimity, free from the closeness of attachment and the distance of hatred. May they abide in equanimity. I myself will cause them to abide in equanimity. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So we can, like a Buddha, hold in even regard in each and every single sentient being, whether they harm, help, or do neither. That's the, you know, quality of a Buddha, and for us to develop that quality in our own mind, to be aware of, we can visualize around us every atom of space, every other living being, every other recently passed away being, and so forth, arising in human form, engaging in this practice with us, and heart-to-heart connection with each and every one, giving up the self-cherishing thought. Let that be smashed, like that rock of self-cherishing at the heart, like that. And may all beings abide in, being free of whatever causes suffering. That's what unites us. That's how we're the same, and being the causes of their happiness. Immeasurable loving kindness. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to achieve Buddhahood. May they achieve Buddhahood. I myself will cause them to achieve Buddhahood. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So here we can visualize transforming our bodies indeed into the precious Dharma jewel, being that, living that, breathing that in our speech, in our actions, in our thought. That gives every sentient being every time of temporal and ultimate happiness they desire and need. So one of my Dharma sisters at some point said, I always get a qualm about the giving them their temporal happiness, because, aren't we just attaching them to, like we give them some yummy food, and aren't they just getting attached to that? And I think of our precious lamas, as I've heard, with Lama Yeshe and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, cooking up a storm for the students, whatever hooks beings. Everybody loves to eat, right? And then, ultimately being themselves, creating the causes for them themselves to be the Dharma jewel, to attain Buddhahood. Immeasurable compassion. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they be free from suffering and its causes. I myself will cause them to be free from suffering and its causes. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So here we can meditate on taking on ourselves all the suffering and causes of sufferings of all sentient beings. We can think of those suffering from coronavirus to, to spread, to transform, as we do indeed in this practice, into Karuna virus, the virus of infinite altruistic compassion, giving freely from your heart, taking on. If we could, we would take on their suffering. Of course, the Buddha said, I can't do that, but if we could, we would, having that attitude. An immeasurable joyfulness. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were never separated from the happiness of higher rebirth and liberation. May they never be separated from these. I myself will cause them never to be separated from these. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So here we can meditate on offering all our past, present, and future merits accumulated, and to be accumulated. We can offer those on up to and including enlightenment to each and every sentient being without exception, and imagine that causes them great bliss in their minds, and they are delighted, and then you delight in their delight, and there's infinite, immeasurable joyfulness amongst each and every one of us, and we delight in every single moment of merit, of virtue ever collected by ordinary beings, ourselves included, by the ordinary bodhisattvas, by the Arya bodhisattvas, by the Buddhas, inseparable from the gurus, just like amazing, 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 wow, 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 wow. Truly blissful, joyful. Having immersed our mind, suffused our mind with those immeasurable thoughts, that gives us immeasurable power to engage in this practice of Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer, known as liberating the Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So here we've already visualized, excuse me, all sentient beings around us, every atom of space, engaging in this practice along with us in human form. And that makes it this space refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So here we can rest our minds in whatever understanding, whatever connection we have with the objects of refuge, with understanding the positive qualities of the Buddha that we pay our respects to, inseparable from the Guru, to the Dharma, that which actually is the one that guides us to enlightenment on the true paths, the correct paths. And then the Arya Sangha, those with the true cessations in their mind streams who are able to guide and do guide. So precious, so dear. And then ultimately, all those realizations arising in our own mind stream as the truth body, wisdom body of the Buddha, having purified everything that gets in the way, all the afflictions, all the disturbing emotions, detoxing the mind. And then all our positive qualities fully fulfilled. And then our mind is vast as space, like the sun, illuminating the darkness of ignorance, dispelling, not just illuminating, dispelling it so we can see things clearly, exactly in sync with reality. And then our mind's happier and happier, resting in that space. And from that spacious, clear, light mind, clarity and luminosity of the mind in its natural state and the mind in its fully realized state, ultimate potential, the heart of compassion just spontaneously arises. We can't help but help. As Charles Darwin said, can't help but help. We're hardwired for it. So then, visualizing above the crown of each and every sentient being, an emanation of Arya Avalokiteshvara, Chenrezig, Kuan Yin, Canon, however we know that being of infinite altruistic compassion, whatever manifestation works for us, for our mind, our karmic connection, So visualize that in the nature of pure, radiant, white light, infinite altruistic compassion above your crown and the crown of each and every sentient being. And it's sort of like, as we recite the mantra of infinite altruistic compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, the jewel in the lotus, combining the two, jewel of compassion in the lotus of wisdom that we've established, and bringing those two in union, so that, as the Buddha said, like a bird, we can soar to enlightenment on the basis of these two minds. So then reciting Om Mani Padme Hum, and as we recite that, just think that mantra radiating right at the heart of this being, above your crown, the crown of each and every sentient being, all in the nature of light, radiating out blissful light, and the energy of the mantra itself, all those positive vibes of compassion going out everywhere in the universe. I love that Lama Zopa Rinpoche gives the commentary on the benefits of reciting Om Mani Padme Hum and saying, you recite 10 malas, and then any being that touches the air, that touches your skin, gets blessed by that. Or you go into the ocean or to a swimming pool or whatever, all the beings get blessed. And wow, we can't see that, it's hidden, but we can feel it. We can feel the power of that compassion. So here, as we recite, we can think that and think that's coming down through our crown and the crown of each and every sentient being, transforming our whole body into like this, body of blissful, radiant, glorious compassion for ourselves, for others, connecting us heart to heart. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Then visualizing that this emanation above your crown of infinite altruistic compassion, Arya Avalokiteshvara, Chenrezig, so forth, dissolves down into an orb of the pure essence of the most infinite, pure, altruistic compassion, bodhicitta, and that dissolves through your crown and through the crown of each and every other sentient being around you, and comes to transform every cell, every atom of your being into pure, blissful energy, nectar, cooling the mind, pacifying the disturbances of the mind, completely cooled, calmed, and the body as well, completely transformed into the ultimate purity of infinite altruistic compassion. I think my mind, Chenrezig's mind, same. And connecting heart to heart with infinite altruistic compassion, our heart resuscitation of each other, heart to heart, all these beings around us, every atom of space, really feel our compassionate connection with each other and helping each other out, so that the right light rays from their hearts of compassion also comes into yours. And so it's going out, it's going in, coming down, surrounding us, immersing us in infinite altruistic compassion. And from our heart, from that spontaneous or contrived where we've practiced, then on that basis, offering the actual prayer, just as Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo offered, to be able to quell the epidemic in the Sakya seat in Tibet at the time. It was about to be annihilated. So we can see like that with, may we be the cause of annihilating this pandemic in the world. Of course, we're not the medics. The medics are doing their bit, the scientists, the epidemiologists, the politicians, everybody's doing their bit. We are doing our bit. And this is our most pure offering, which benefit beings, not only this lifetime, but lifetime to lifetime to lifetime, all the way to enlightenment. So very powerful. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, or the afflictions, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, so we can think of this coronavirus being a temporary condition, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power. And be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. So each and every one of us, but here also holding in mind, of course, also Hita, the most precious one, who's 37 today. So may Osu, along with all our teachers, of course, be endowed with long life, good health and well-being, and continue to guide us in this world. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we can think here of gathering all our dedications and prayers that we have accumulated, those of us engaging in this prayerathon for 18 months or so now, those who have been listening, those who've been leading, those behind the scenes, making it all happen, you know, sending out the messages from IMI in the multimedia team. There's so many of us involved. And of course, our precious advice from Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche to continue on with this practice until the pandemic declines. So may it decline quickly for the benefit of the world, especially for the benefit of human beings, because we see this capacity of it to continue to mutate and find other forms and sneak in and make our lives very, very difficult. And we can hold in mind all of those who've lost their lives recently to this pandemic or over the whole time, but particularly those who've passed, not just the pandemic, any other sort of chronic illness or accident or, you know, shortening of life or taking of life, or the many ways in which life can be taken. And may all these, you know, meet with precious Mahayana gurus in, you know, next and all future lifetimes, and to be able to, you know, enter the path or continue on the journey on the spiritual path to enlightenment for the benefit of all beings. So then, may the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise and grow, and that may that arisen not decline, increase more and more. And then long life prayers for our precious gurus, the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. In the land encircled by snowy mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. O powerful Chenrezig Gyalpo, please remain until samsara ends. Savior of the land of snow teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then also for the long life of our precious Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serves as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, live long. And then for Tenzin also for his birthday celebration today, 37, but may Tenzin also, you know, have long life and continue to be the great guide of the Dharma in the world. Very skillfully, we were having a conversation at the center just half an hour ago, and about how also it so skillfully connects with young people. And of course, that's what's needed in the world. If we think, you know, earlier in the first few years of this century, His Holiness Dalai Lama saying, anyone under 30, this is so your century. Anyone over 30, you are so last century. Because, you know, we are inspired, myself, you know, and others, inspired by the energy and determination of the youth of the world, who are the ones, leading us, in the future. So very skillful. Thank you very much. Also, Venerable One, to you whose kindness exceeds that of all the conquerors, for those wanderers in far-off places, especially the West, mindful of your loving concern for us in intentionally descending again into a family of far distant land. We make this request, Lama, please, live long. So thank you very much. It's been a great pleasure for me to again engage in this practice. It's very good for my mind stream. And I can see Venerable Sutrim La is here. Venerable, how are you? You're well?
Hi there, Chikila. How are you? Yes, I'm good.
I'm very good. Thank you.
It's been quite a number of years, so I'm happy to meet you here.
Yes.
Yeah, not since my last visit to Australia some years back.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I think the beauty of Zoom, isn't it, that and having this prayer-a-thon, that we can make these reconnections just from from home.
How are you? You look well.
Yes, very, very well. Very, very well. Yeah, it's a beautiful, sunny, still morning in Perth. That's where I am these days, Perth in Western Australia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's really nice to see you and wish you well, and hope to see you in person, person to person someday soon.
Okay, take care.
Take care now. So we'll proceed into the next session. And for half an hour, maybe, I don't know if someone is coming on in the session after this. So I might stretch a few minutes, but yeah, we'll see. So again, setting the motivation for another session of this healing prayerathon, praying and dedicating for all the beings of the world to be free from suffering, to be happy and peaceful, and to have great opportunities to be able to develop our capacities for compassion up to bodhicitta, and for wisdom up to the mind that directly realizes emptiness. And then, so with doing the practice of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, then we depend on the merit field of Buddha Dhamma Sangha, but then afterwards to particularly invoke the very compassionate energy of Arya Avalokiteshvara or Chenrezig when we do the recitation of the Mani Mantra. So we'll go straight into it, that we'll be reciting the Refuge and Bodhicitta prayer according to the text. And then after that, we'll be reciting Om Mani Padme Hum. And then in this way, we can really use this short time, or, some people are doing many hours following the prayerathon. We can continuously harness our really positive energy and to send it out, not to just our immediate environment, of course, to our family, our friends, our Dharma family as well, Dharma brothers and sisters, but to everyone throughout the world, all sentient beings who, whether due to sickness or other forms of sufferings, facing obstacles, whether mentally or physically, then we dedicate for all their benefit. So let's have a prayer. Right. So the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as Liberating Sakya from disease. And then this motivation verse to think, as I mentioned, that for all sentient beings that we're doing this practice. So all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So we'll recite the refuge prayer. Usually I do around 7 times. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So then think that if we have imagined in front of us Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, or at least an image of Buddha, we can either think that from the heart of the Buddha comes Chenrezig, or we can dissolve Buddha into a spot of light that we absorb through our crown into ourselves, purifying and blessing us. And then we can then re-visualize the merit field that on a lotus and a moon disk is seated Chenrezig. We can imagine Chenrezig just in a simple form with one face and 2 arms or 4 arms, or we can think of a more complex 1,000-armed Chenrezig. So in any case, there is a very glorious image in front of us, our merit field for reciting the Mani Mantra. And we can mainly think that Chenrezig is in the same nature as all the Buddhas and is in the same nature as our own spiritual master, our spiritual friend, or our root guru. And then from the heart of Chenrezig emits countless beams of light, very lustrous light coming from the mantra garland that we're going to recite, Om Mani Padme Hum. And then those nectar beams come towards ourselves, filling us completely. We can also think that it radiates into all the directions of the compass, 10 directions, and brings that very compassionate, positive energy towards all beings in the world. So I normally chant out a number of times, and then after that, making it a little quicker. So altogether, we'll do 3 malas. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om 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 mani padme hum. So think for a moment that this effect of reciting the mantra and doing visualization and generating strong faith and devotion towards Chenrezig, inseparable from the Guru, has been extremely effective and beneficial for one's own mind and beneficial for all sentient beings. And then we can just imagine that Chenrezig then dissolves into a spot of light. This bright light comes towards us and enters us through the crown of our heads. And we can think that it melts into us, filling our whole being and merges with our heart. And then we'll continue with reciting the actual prayer. We'll do it 5 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of the sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now the last round. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then we still have some time left. So thought that we could recite a mala of Tara's mantra, which, some time ago, His Holiness the Dalai Lama advised as something to recite during the time of this COVID-19 pandemic. So, the Tara of Green, the mantra of Green Tara, Om Dare Tu Dare Ture So Ha. So we can do one mala of this. Om dare tu re soha, 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 Om dare tu re soha. Om dare tu re soha, Om dare tu re soha, Om dare tu re soha, Om dare tu re soha. Om dare tu re soha, 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 Om dare tu re soha. Om dare tu re soha, 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 Om dare tu re soha. Om dare tu re soha, Om dare tu re soha, Om dare tu re soha. Om dare tu re soha, 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 Om dare tu re soha. So then invoking this very powerful energy of Buddha in the enlightened, the aspect of Tara, and thinking that we receive all her blessings and all obstacles are immediately dispelled. And then to do the dedication prayers. So then dedicating for those throughout the world, all sentient beings, and also for any names that have been requested to pray for the prayerathon, for the IMI Sangha to dedicate towards, for those who are sick and who have passed away, and to dedicate these merits towards all their wishes. Jiangchu Senchu Rinpoche Ma Ge Ba Nan Ge Gyu Chi Ge Wa Nyang Ba Me Ba Yang Go Ne Go Nu Be Wa E Shu. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious One Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct and virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the path, highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and monastery firewood, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated, may I abide to help them, even though I could achieve highest enlightenment. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhism, numberless sentient beings that are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who is completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. Indeed, all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praise as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Tuzu changshin changun yewe ten, jinkyo pewe kunzo topoje, josungo we lemen tuju pa, dasu tuje kundu shapten shu. Okay, so I've come to the end of my session, and I'm glad to see that again it's Namjong La who has signed on or come in for this empty slot because it wasn't filled when I last looked at it earlier this morning. But you've put your name down, have you, Namjong La?
Well, I just also saw it was empty.
And you know,
well,
I would just happily offer it to you. So.
Well, no, I just wanted to see, you know, if
oh, okay.
Yeah, what the status was. I did a session about an hour ago. But then,
right.
Yeah.
Right. And how is Hawaii? Because
really good.
It does look like it is Hawaii.
Yes, I'm here. This is my mother's backyard. So that's Mount Olomana in the background there.
Which island is this?
Oahu. Yeah.
That's where Honolulu is, or not?
That's right. Okay. Yeah. So
please send my regards to your mom.
I will.
You know, ask you how she was. So please send my regards to her.
Yeah. She's well. So
okay.
Yeah. I mean, were you planning to do the next half hour also, or you just?
No, I was just taking my time because I saw that there was no name, but I was just gonna, you know, dawdle. Yeah. But
in a virtuous way. I saw the extra Tara mantras, which is always good.
So
yeah.
yeah, I'm glad that you're here to take it on and relieve me of. No, I'm just happy to just contribute half an hour each time. So yeah, please.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
So
Okay, enjoy and
yeah, good to see
happy
you.
vacation. Take care.
Yeah.
See
See
you.
you next time. Yeah.
All right. Bye.
Okay.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you, Tangzin.
Oh, okay.
especially for Tara mantra, very, very, very powerful.
Yes. Okay. Well, yeah, let's just jump into the next session here. So hello and welcome to all of you who are joining new. Also, thank you for those who have been joining the other session with Venerable Tenzin Sutrim. So I am Tenzin Namjong, and yeah, let's just get started with the next session. So I think many of you know by now, but we've been doing these sessions now for, probably close to 2 years on the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And so thank you, all of you, for your continued participation. By now, you should know that at the beginning of any session, then we adjust our motivation. So thinking that yes, although we are doing this for the help with the coronavirus pandemic, more generally speaking, we should remember our motivation of great compassion that wishes that others be free from suffering. And then when we really reflect, we'll see, and we should know that the suffering of sickness, particularly the suffering of the coronavirus, is just one of the many types of suffering that sentient beings experience. So now when we motivate, we should think that all the sentient beings, so that they can be free of all the various types of suffering and their causes. And that's why we're doing this this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayerathon session here today. And well, how does that happen? How does our doing this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayerathon session contribute to the alleviation of all the various sentient beings suffering? Well, we should know that by following the Guru's advice and fulfilling his holy wishes, then our practices become most powerful for purification and accumulation of merit. And why is this needed? Well, in our current situation, the benefit we're able to offer others is actually very limited. But if we were to attain the state of enlightenment, then we would be best suited to help sentient beings generate the wisdom realizing emptiness within their own mental continuum. And why is this needed? Well, the root of all of our samsaric sufferings and the root of any sentient being who is currently in samsara is this ignorant mind that grasps onto the true existence of all phenomena. And as long as sentient beings are operating under this veil of ignorance and self-grasping, then they are going to take rebirth within samsara. And as long as they are taking uncontrolled rebirth within samsara, then that means we take this type of body that is then subject to being sick. We have the type of mind that is subject to being angry or generating attachment, generating jealousy, and also getting depressed and experiencing mental suffering. So if we want sentient beings to be free from all these various types of suffering, we need to help them be free from samsara. And that means we need to help them be free from the causes of samsara, this ignorant mind that grasps onto the true existence of all phenomena. And therefore, we need to attain the state of enlightenment. And then and only then will we have all the skills, qualities, and ability to help sentient beings generate that wisdom within their own mind streams. And so, this attainment of enlightenment does not happen without causes. It does not happen, causelessly. And so we need to generate the causes. And we also need to abandon the obstacles that prevent us from achieving the state of enlightenment. And therefore, we are going to do this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayerathon session. Okay, so now at the beginning of the session, then we visualize all the sentient beings in the space around us. And we also visualize our guru in the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha in the space in front of us. Now, as we do the practice, all these sentient beings that we visualize around us, we can think that they are reciting the prayers and the mantras along with us, and we are the chant leader. So now, then, recalling the qualities of our guru, the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, who we're visualizing in the space in front of us, and aspiring to attain those qualities within our own mind, then we will recite this refuge verses. Okay, so I've done a screen share. Hope you can all see that. Okay. So please think like this. All sentient beings, my mothers, or anything like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, or anything like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, or anything like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. And now here we'll recite the mantra of Avalokiteshvara, Mani Padme Hum. And before we do that, we can first, if you have the initiation, you can generate yourself as a deity. So doing that by first purifying all the impure appearances into emptiness. So what that means is then recalling that all phenomena lack even an atom of inherent existence. Yet, due to the stains of the ignorance grasping to true existence, phenomena appear to sentient beings, sense consciousnesses in this mistaken manner. Yet the way they appear and the way they exist are not the same. Therefore, we see the analogies that phenomena are like mirage, like a dream, like an illusion. So now your mind that realizes this illusion-like nature of all phenomena, your mind that realizes that all phenomena are not existing in the way they appear, this mind then arises as Avalokiteshvara. If you don't have the initiation into Avalokiteshvara or a higher class of Tantra, then you can visualize Avalokiteshvara in the space in front of you. Either way, now when we recite the mantra, we visualize at the heart of Avalokiteshvara a lotus. On top of that is a moon disk. On top of the moon disk is a syllable Hri. Surrounding the Hri is the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. As we recite the mantra, then from the mantra garland and the lotus and the moon disk, countless light rays radiate out in the 10 directions. These light rays then come to strike all sentient beings. And as the light rays hit the sentient beings, they will be purified of all their negative karma, all their sicknesses, all their various problems, all their suffering, as well as all of their obscurations of liberation and enlightenment. And then by the time we are done with the mantra recitation, all sentient beings will be enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. So here, keep that visualization in mind, and we'll recite first in a chanting, more melodious manner, and then we will switch to a quicker silent recitation. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So just rest in the awareness that due to the powerful purification from the mantra, from the purifying light rays, that all sentient beings are now completely purified of all their sickness, all their afflictions, all the negative karma, all the obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment, and think that they thus have attained the state of avatapeshvara's enlightenment. Okay, and so now we will continue with the recitation of the actual prayer. We'll recite this over and over again until our session is over. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. Mere sounds whose name terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits unharmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakinians, the protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakinians, the protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and epidemic diseases, mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakinians, the protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to services, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakinians, the protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of our spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher being out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to services or elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis and protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, and so now we'll go to more standard dedication prayers. So end our session with this. And so let's first dedicate for the development of bodhicitta. So due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times qualified numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings in the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization, may be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me, may be generated in my heart, and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died, and may the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. And next, for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Thangtong Gyalpo, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And next, for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduers moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading mind you now as a victorious doctrine, the my spirit accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. And then we seal our dedication with our understanding of emptiness. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings which completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Then the next 2 verses from the King of Prayers. I feel to dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantha Bhaddra as well. I feel to dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praise is the best by all the gone down victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. Then, yeah, let us also just dedicate quickly for all the beings who are currently sick, whether due to coronavirus or any other ailment. So may all these beings quickly be freed from all the ailments, and then more generally speaking, whatever ailments are in the world, may they never occur again. And then we can also dedicate for all the beings who have recently died. So all the beings who are currently in the bardo, may they be reborn in the Pure Land where they can achieve enlightenment, or at the very least, achieve a perfect human rebirth, meet with a Mahayana Guru and the Mahayana Dharma, practice well, and attain enlightenment in their very next lifetime. Okay, so thank you very much, all of you who have joined. And I see Damje, are you there?
I am indeed. Good morning, Brother Namjog. How are you?
Yeah, good.
You know,
good.
It's yes, for a moment I thought, oh no, you can't be back in Nepal. And then I remembered you said you were
I'm in Hawaii.
back on Hawaii. Yes.
So we got similar, backdrop, the mountains here. That's Mount Olomana for you geography buffs. So
Olamana.
Olomana, yes.
Olomana. Here you go.
Yes.
It's always lovely, to learn more about the place or
Yeah,
different places. But yes, it looks nice.
Yes, it is.
Great place. Wow.
Yeah, I'm very, very fortunate.
Mm-hmm.
And you've relocated.
Yes, I'm now in Leeds.
In Leeds,
and
okay.
Sort of
similar environment, right?
But like Nepal, yes, without the trees. No, but
Yeah,
I'm quite lucky. I got a park just outside as well, and I'm only 5 minutes away from the center, which is great. And this weekend we're busy. We have Venerable Bina giving teachings, which it's great because just the first lockdown, the lockdowns are hopefully finished now, and you see so many of the teachers being on the road again, which is great.
Oh, so she's there in person.
She's there in person. Yeah, she's been here since yesterday, and then of course she was teaching in London and then across Europe. Ling Rinpoche is traveling to give teaching, so it's really nice to see that hopefully all our great teachers are out there again, connecting with us,
right.
on a face-to-face level, which is always awe-inspiring. I mean, Zoom is great and has been great for teachings and making them available to a wider audience. But I think it's also nice to get the energy there and then, and I'm sure you would agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
There's something slightly different. Although some have that it's like depending who you listen to, even that can come across the screen, but it's always nice to be really there. So Venerable is teaching till tomorrow, and so it's great. That's So I've been informed that apparently before lockdown she was the last one to teach at the center, and she's the first one after lockdowns, which is is a nice continuation. So
yes, right.
Let's wait and see. But no, it's good to see you. You're looking well.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm feeling good. It's relaxed here. So
So you're having a bit of a holiday.
A bit of
more or less.
I do have a to-do list of things that I'm trying to take care of while I'm here.
Yeah.
But in a relaxed way.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Nice one. And you must have been filling in. You must have been picking up that
I did.
slot.
I
Bless
did.
you.
Yeah. So in as much as I can, and it's a good time, then I'll try to do so.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you very much, Venerable Namjok. Okay. Look after yourself, and hopefully see you next week. And enjoy. What was it? Oh, God.
Olomana.
Olomana.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Has it got a meaning?
Well, it's like the crooked mountain.
Fair enough. I get that.
Like actually up. You'll see there's a place where it's quite kind of jagged.
So Olo is crooked and Mana's mountain?
Something like that. Yeah.
Something like that. Let's not get too much bogged out. People go, what's going on here? Listen, everyone who's listening, enjoy the scenery that we get from some of our brothers and sisters. It's wonderful to look at. It's like a vacation. It's just to see these wonderful places.
Yeah.
Venerable Namjok.
Okay.
Lots of love. Look after yourself.
You will.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good morning, everyone. It's Damcho here. Good to hear. Hello, Aldo. Lovely to have you with us as well. Good morning, Chenrezig Institute. Well, I got a Chenrezig Institute with me this morning. Quiet. But anyway, Chenrezig Institute, thank you very much for hosting us diligently for nearly... Oh, Margot, how are you?
Good, thank you.
You're probably just having a nice cup of coffee. There's who's there? Oh, my cookie.
Yeah. I was just eating lunch.
Honestly, my timing is off, isn't it? Lovely to see you. Thank you very much for looking after us so well. It's it's just hard to believe we're heading towards 90 weekends, and soon we're going to have 100 weekends under the belt. It's been quite a journey for all of us, and again we so relied on. I mean, people always think, oh yeah, look at the the monastics in front of the camera, but without anyone behind the camera, there's nothing we can do. And well, we can do it for the local communities, but not on such a global scale. So thank you very much to you and all your wonderful team for making sure we can be out there. I better let you return to your lunch before it gets cold or warm, depending what you're eating. Thank you, Margot. So yeah, that was Margot. She's heading the media team. Really, really wonderful, wonderful people at Chenrezig Institute. And yes, good morning to everyone who's following us on Zoom. I'm sure there are some of the regulars with us who, what is it you were saying? What else would you do on a Saturday other than prayerathon? So that's really, really great. I'm sure, Ginny, if you're here, Anna and Fernando and many, many, many of the regulars. So thank you very much for being so supportive to all the leads throughout, prayerathon, and making sure that they have support as well. That's really, really great. And of course, everyone who's joining us is not always necessarily showing their names, but who are still there nonetheless. So thank you very much for being so supportive, and also that you feel that we can offer you some form of benefit, either through the joint practice, or that you feel that we do include. And whether you are following the Buddhist path or not, you're most welcome here. So thank you very much. And yes, I think I've done quite a bit of talking this morning already. So I've got here, it's 4:30 in the morning here in the UK, just gone past. So if we take a moment just to settle the mind and take a few deep breaths. And if you just think about our reasons for being here, these may be something we all share, being here because we enjoy the practice, when we're in the same time zone, different time zones, and we just want to take part and follow Rinpoche's advice to recite these prayers for the benefit of all mother sending beings, particularly those affected by COVID. You may be here for personal reasons, such as having maybe a family member or yourself being taken ill. You may have someone who is in the process of dying, or has maybe been given a diagnosis to that effect. It may even be yourself. Yeah, you may have had a family member or friend who just passed away or recently passed away. You may have still been affected by the knock-on of COVID over the past 2 years, affected financially, and with it, of course, we may have been affected in many other ways, socially, and the way we see ourselves and the way others see us, feeling the burden of maybe having less income to support the family or oneself. You may also you may also be here because you just simply want to take a break from the hustle and bustle that this world throws at us, both on a personal level, but also on a global level. Depending what part of the world you're in, you just need to open the papers and go like, oh, crikey, not this again. How long is this going on for? There's so much that can keep us really in a negative state, in a worried state. I think it was Elton John who sang, I won't let the sun go down on me. I won't let the sun go down. If you think about what would happen if would be replaced by rain, and we go like, oh, see, I'm getting drenched. You know, having sun maybe as a positive, something that, you know, keeps us going. And that's where sort of moments like we just had with Venerable General, I think he's going to love that, Venerable Namjong, just to see, you know, the backdrop, you know, just had with Mount Olamana, you know, the beautiful scenery, or when we sometimes see some of our other brothers and sisters being situated near stupas, like give us tours, doing Kora with us, you know, 40 places. How wonderful, how inspiring that can be, even on a dark, gloomy day. And it's very important that we hold on to the positives in our lives. It may sometimes be hard to find, particularly when we feel down and we drop our head and we just look at our toes and we can't see even, what's the word? We can't see past our nose. But make, you know, if you feel like that, make an effort to look for the positives. They're out there, you know. It's like after winter, you know, seeing the first snowdrops and crocuses. You know, think about how that really lifts your spirit. But otherwise can be quite a barren place, trees with no leaves, etc. But think about how much joy that gives us. Or even when there's a rainy day, it's you know, during the winter and autumn seasons when it's wetter. If you live in the monsoon area, when the sun just breaks through the clouds for a while, how that lifts the spirit as well. Don't let your sun go down in that respect. Keep your heart joyous, keep your mind joyous. Don't extinguish your own flame. So if we start our session with the 4 verses that, as you know, I like from the King of Prayers. Again, acknowledging our reasons for being here. And it's always nice if you set yourself a personal motivation why you do certain things. What is it that you want from a practice? What do you want from a prayer? So set the parameters for that for yourself. In this case, to ease the suffering, but also rejoicing and acknowledging the community that we're in, our precious teachers, and developing the good heart, you know, the mind of bodhicitta, to be of benefit. And looking at the long-term goals, not just, you know, the untamed garden we may look at when we move to a new place and go like, oh my goodness, how am I going to work with that? If you have the vision, you work through the mess. So don't lose sight of where you want to end up. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose past is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor, never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So now we can also think about our mother sentient beings and expand a bit on the bodhicitta motivation. So maybe generate bodhicitta. May all beings enjoy happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss which is free of all suffering. May all sentient beings live in great equanimity, free from the attachment and aversion that keeps some close and others distant. May we be the cause for them to achieve all this. So if you think about the aspect of equanimity, where it says, free from attachment and aversion that keeps some close and others distant. And if you really consider that that line for a moment, we think of all the wonderful, all the beings in this world. If you want to think about being compassionate to all mother sentient beings, now many of us can go hand on heart and say, yep, it hasn't crossed my mind to exclude being one, A or B. And why? Well, because they weren't nice to me. They can wait. They go right to the end of the queue. On the other hand, we might say, oh, we put this one first because they've been really, really kind to us. And they can't do anything wrong, no matter what. So we have this sort of blind attachment, and also the blind aversion in many ways that we don't balance it out. And then, of course, we've got all these mother sentient beings right in the middle. We neither, in many ways, we feel have particularly benefited us, but also haven't done us any harm. So they're in the neutral zone. But then we have the two extremes. We want to really balance that one out. We want to treat all beings with the same compassion and respect. We're all suffering in our own ways, on different levels. Some are more aware than others. And those who are aware may think about how their suffering may also affect their actions and try to modify that. But then we have those beings who are particularly in pain, emotionally, mentally, on much deeper levels through their suffering, who don't always realize that their actions may create suffering for other beings. Does that mean that some of those may not necessarily have intention of causing harm to others? No, that doesn't mean that. Some might be more aware than others again. But think about the suffering that may have to be in place for someone even to go out and willfully create harm to someone else. What does it actually say about their state of mind? So we need to develop compassion towards them as well. May ease the suffering. That's what we're here for. So if we visualize in the space in front of our Sadguru in the aspect of Chenrezig, if you have the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity above the crown of your head on the space in front. If you're joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion for all sentient beings. Anyone joining us who is reluctant to engage in or engage with deities, or even with the visualization of deities, just that's okay. Just visualize a clear light in the space in front above the crown of your head. Universal light. And let that light be filled with love and compassion for all beings, no matter who, what, and where they are. Visualize how light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings across the 6 realms. These beings may be right next to you, or they may be at the furthest corners of the universe, no matter what. Each light beam finds one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings and enters their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions. Atom by atom, these karmic stains, tastes, smells, and grimes are being removed, revealing more and more of our true nature, our compassionate side, our Buddha nature. Think about you have been out, out all day, maybe working in the fields or on a building site or in your garden. The long, hard slog, covered in dust and sweat, etc. How much you appreciate a good shower or bath afterwards, washing away all these the dirt, and how refreshed you feel after that. It's a bit like that, having all this beautiful light nectar cleansing away everything. Being able to feel clean again, refreshed again. Then remember also that it is through the actions of body, speech, and mind that so much harm was created. By having wrong view, wrong speech, and wrong actions. Talking out of anger, ignorance, and fear. How many beings have we heard over these lifetimes? How often have we hurt ourselves by talking ourselves down? Not valuing ourselves, not accepting ourselves. How did we feel when we were talked about, thought about, and treated badly? That's even before we talk ourselves down. So we can recognize that through actions of body, speech, and mind, so much suffering has been created. And as we acknowledge this, we acknowledge it also to our mother sentient beings we have harmed since beginning this time. We say, yes, we've done this. But we wish to move forward and ease that suffering. It may take us a while to change our ways. Nothing will happen instantaneously. But we will work on it. We will change our thinking. We will change the way we speak to and about other beings. We will change our ways of acting so that we can be of benefit to others. Even if others don't necessarily treat us in the same way, we take comfort in the fact that we do our bit. If we can change ourselves, maybe others see this as a way to change their ways. We may be able to inspire people through our own actions to be more compassionate, to be more caring. Their actions, their karma, your actions, your karma. With that in mind, we invite Mother Sentient Beings now to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having taken refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensified, and more of our true nature is being revealed. We begin to glow atom by atom. We're being filled with a purifying light, absorbing the light, being filled with that light. We begin to radiate it back to the Guru, exchange ourselves with the Guru. And we also exchange light with other Mother Sentient Beings who likewise exchange themselves with the Guru and other sentient beings. As we begin to shine brighter and brighter collectively and individually, we all become one with the Guru and become one with one another. Like a bright beacon, we shine, we dispel the darkness of samsara, shining brightly for those who are still lost in the darkness to find their way out, and acting like a searchlight to seek out those who aimlessly wander in samsara, so that we ourselves may fulfill our bodhicitta and entering the dark places to lead those who are lost to liberation. So as we're about to recite the Mani Mantra, let's remind ourselves that represents body, speech, and mind in our defiled form, but also represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Gurus, the pure speech, the pure mind, the pure ways of acting, to be of benefit to other sentient beings to its fullest potential. But as we said, we need to work on this. It will take time to transform ourselves so that we can be of benefit all the time to all beings without hesitation. And that requires the acquisition of wisdom and compassion, mani and padma. And can we combine those in Om to transform ourselves into the holy aspect. So as we recite the Mani mantra, maybe combine these manis with the prayers to the Sublime Chenrezig, which we address and recognize the 6 realms, the beings of all the 6 realms. We wish to liberate all beings. So we need to acknowledge all beings, acknowledge their suffering. But the beautiful part of this this prayer, which I find quite inspiring, is it reminds us also of the gateways to the 6 realms, by giving us the indications. Because of that, this will happen, and we can see those keywords more often in others, because of course we are always perfect, we're always good. We wouldn't do that sort of thing. But if we're really true and honest with ourselves, we can also see some of these aspects in our own actions to a more or lesser degree. And it's up to us to transform these. Suffering exists throughout the 6 realms. And even though we may wish to be reborn in the higher realms, samsara still exists there, suffering exists there. So ultimately we wish to be liberated, we wish for all mother sentient beings to be liberated. To break the cycle of death and rebirth and suffering. So what we will be doing, let's have a quick look. Oh, just gone 5, okay. So we recite 1 full mala of manis for each of the 6 realms. We do that. That's always a good one. Again, make it personal. Make your prayers personal. You know, why do you want to recite a certain number? Is it because it just simply says so in the text? Is there something we can add ourselves? You know, if I have the time, can I do something to make it focus my mind? You know, why do we do 6 malas? Well, we have 6 realms, so we can do 1 mala per realm. You can do more, obviously. If you haven't got the time to do something, you know, in great depth, then do less. But give that short time you have, give it the fullest of your intention, purest of intention. I think the mistake we all sometimes make, it's very easy to say, "Oh, look how many mantras I counted today," you know. But was our mind with it, or did we just rattle them down and what? I don't know. Or doing crosswords or other silly things, but our mind wasn't really on the task. So sometimes it's better than to do 1 sincerely than many just because I managed to cramp them in. If you have more time, then by all means, you know, if you don't have time, do maybe 3. You know, think about suffering of body, speech, and mind. If you have 6 realms, you can say, okay, I do maybe 1 for, you know, 1 for each realm or 3 for each realm. Again, just focus why you want to do these numbers. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, Most Sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, Great Refuge and Protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, Loving Protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara and who endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, Great Protector. So now we start with the realms. If you haven't heard these particular prayers, prayer praises the Sublime Chenrezig. Thangtong Gyalpo himself recalled from a previous life when he was the monk Pema Karpo, and he recited these prayers for 60 years whilst doing nungnes between the ages of 20 and 80. So it's very fitting again as a Chenrezig prayer, and of course the practice we do here, the visualization, is Chenrezig compassion based, so it ties them really well together. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfections. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May our beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings who are afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O protector. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time, under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of jealousy. One is born in the realm of jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad action since beginning of this time, under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra Mani Padme Hum throughout the 10 directions. So here, what I would like to do is I would like us to recite another mala of manis. This time, rather than think about beings, as confined within each of the realms, and therefore saying, okay, we've got these beings, these beings, these beings, these beings. Let's just recite simply for all beings, no matter who, what, or where they are. All we see now are beings who are suffering and who we wish to be liberated. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So we conclude now the praises. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings that would have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. Well, it's easy to say, may they do, but also, may we also, practice what we teach ourselves. So, having done these prayers, let's have a quick look here. Maybe now also just do a recitation of the Tara mantra as recommended by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama during these difficult times to have our obstacles removed. Maybe visualize Great Mother Tara in this space in front of us, emerald green in color. Again, if you think about light radiating from Tara's body in all 10 directions, easily finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings. May all obstacles be removed that affect the being's health. May all obstacles be removed for those beings who are about to enter the bardo or have entered the bardo, to have favorable rebirth, and be ideally reborn in the pure lands and enlightened states. May all obstacles be removed for those who experience suffering and hardships, to be given whatever resources necessary to overcome these hardships, so these beings may be able to take them, be able to take care of themselves, their friends and family, the communities at large, and may they be reinstated to happiness that is free of suffering. Maybe also ask Mother Tao to move any obstacles that may arise as part of our practice. Maybe always practice with a pure heart and compassion for other sentient beings. May all obstacles be removed that may affect the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus, especially so as the 14th Dalai Lama. May all obstacles be removed which may impede the longevity of the teachings. May they flourish for eons to come. Again, if we remind ourselves when we recite the Tara Mantra, Tara tu Tara Tura Soa, Om represents body, speech, and mind of Tara, the pure aspect. Tara liberates from samsara. So Tara liberates us from the 8 fears, and many of those we have touched upon just when we recited the praises. The 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tura liberates from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. So recite 1 mala. Om Tara tu Tara Tura Soha, 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 Om Tara tu Tara Soha. Om Tara tu Tara. Om Tara tu Tara Tura Soha, Om Tara tu Tara Tura Soha. Om Tara tu Tara Tura Soha, Om Tara tu Tara Soha. Om Tara tu Tara Tura Soha. Om Tara tu Tara Tura Soha, Om Tara tu Tara Tura Soha. Om Tara tu Tara Tura Soha. So now visualize all obstacles have been removed. And maybe now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. Here we have time for 3 recitations. Again, as we sort of said before, if you don't have the time, don't try to squeeze too much in and then you do it rushed and half-hearted. So here we got the time to do 3, and again, from my point, why do I want to recite 3? Again, we visualize all other sentient beings, irrespective of who or what they are and where they are. We want them all to be freed from the suffering of body, speech, and mind as it applies to their existences. So that's why in this case, 3 to me makes perfect sense. May all the diseases that tear in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, saturate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May a son of whose name is ever beings, so they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. For the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. If you just come back to one of these, 2 of these verses, for example, where it says, the diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, so they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. So think about, what weighing that gives to, the sound, our words, the way we speak, how we apply things, the meaning we apply to things. If that can be that terrifying as death, I mean, what are we saying here? So that's why it's important to really be mindful of what we do. And then, it's quite unfair, if you think about poor Yama, why do we go through the gates of, birth and rebirth? Because of the actions of our body, speech, and mind. So, we go like, oh, it's as bad as Yama. I mean, it's just basically, it's like the conductor on your bus, on your train. Here you go. If you got the right ticket, sorry, you're in the wrong class. You have to go, down to that carriage, or you should have gone off the train a bit earlier. So if we bring the wrong ticket, that's not really his fault, is it? But it also says then, may unembodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferes and 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly. Again, think about, if these beings are programmed through their actions to act a certain way, and by doing so, keep themselves in this samsaric cycle. Surely they themselves then also need our compassion. That doesn't mean we want to be harmed by them, but we need to acknowledge that suffering exists, and even in that state, we want them to be freed. May all the diseases that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. And may Salva's name serve our beings, so that they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Again, what we've done here in the last verse, with the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians. So again, we need to acknowledge our support network. Where do we take in refuge? We take in refuge in the Guru and the teachings, and of course, we have this wonderful, support from the Dakinis, like Tara, and we have, of course, the Dharma protectors, and make sure, to get out of the way, that we stay on the straight and narrow, that we don't really step off the mark, like mums, they're all sweet, but then sometimes really can go like, oi, behave. So we don't have to really fear them. I mean, of course, if we overstep the mark, they might give us a little bit more of a telling off. So again, we have to think about that. But also it says, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma as a result. So we acknowledged the actions of body, speech, and mind to our mother sentient beings. And then when we looked at the praises again, we reminded ourselves of the gateways to the six realms. And then again, when we recited Tara, we remind ourselves as many of the fears that result us, and get us into karmic trouble if you're not careful. So we do have to have the faith that what we do is a good guide for us to straighten ourselves out and be of benefit. Okay, so before I talk too much now, time is coming up quick. So we do dedications. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of our mother sentient beings. May they be free from suffering and its causes. May the sick be restored to good health. May those who have entered the Vada enter the Vada be reborn under favorable conditions. And may those experience hardships be given whatever resources necessary to overcome those hardships. May our mother sentient beings achieve enlightenment, and may be the course for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious brothers and sisters in the Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive by engaging in studies, giving teachings, and carrying out work such as translations to ensure the preservation of the traditions and the teachings. May our brothers and sisters live long and healthy lives, achieve enlightenment quickly as possible, never be separated from precious, virtuous friends and the teachings in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our brothers and sisters in the lay community, who through their kindness of giving their time, expertise, and financial support to ensure that all activities in monasteries and centers can flourish, and charitable projects can be realized. May they live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the community of the Sangha and virtuous friend. Always enjoy the presence of the teachings in this and all future lifetimes, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus, who, if they have done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we continue to be guided by their wisdom and compassion in this and all future lifetimes, and may all their wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, a great beacon of love and compassion in these turbulent times. Unfortunate we are to be here and in human form, to be able to listen to and access his teachings. May we continue to be guided by them in this and all future lifetimes. May His Holiness's wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we see him be reunited with his people in Tibet in this lifetime. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his great vision has tasked us with these prayers, weekly 24-hour prayers, and engaged in the practice of Thangtong Gyalpo. And by doing so, not only deepen our understanding of the practices of being of benefit to mother sentient beings in difficult times, but also brought us as a community of ordained Sangha globally much closer together. And by doing so, setting the causes for continuations of the community in this and all future lifetimes. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we continue to be guided by his wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. May this precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. However many sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from sicknesses, and may all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigrant beings, never occur again. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Logsandrapa, who lived an eminent life, endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom and of non-dual bliss and emptiness. Like earth, water, fire, wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like, without resistance. May I hold sentient beings dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all the negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as sentient beings, as long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I have achieved highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling the hopes of transmigratory beings by merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me, talking to me. May all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. So we're seeing now with emptiness due to the past, present, and future mass collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existence from mine, its own side. By myself alone is completely empty of existing from my own side. Life prayers for His Holiness Lama Zopa, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind, supreme Tenzin Gyatso. May you have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Lama Zopa, you uphold the subdued small way, who serve as bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjuna's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you very much for joining me in this session. I see Venerable Tendrin is there. Hello, how are you? Lovely to see you.
Good morning, Venerable.
Good.
How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. It's a great day.
Good.
It's a great
Thank
day
you
to
for
be
these
alive.
wonderful dedications. Very inspiring. Thank you.
Oh, bless
Very
you.
uplifting and inspiring. Thank you.
Well,
You have a long day for yourself. You have a long day ahead of you, right?
Yes, we have Venerable Bina teaching. So yeah, we'll be. I think I just have a because it's now what is here 5:30 in the morning. So
Okay.
we're going to have a light breakfast, and then I think sort of within the next hour or so, I will make my way over to the center, make sure that everything is okay. I mean, it's like most things, you know, it's like preparation. If you do your preparation, everything will go fine. I think if you think about the teachings as preparations, if we leave everything to the last minute, we never get the job done proper anyway. So, but you know, but it's really lovely to see you, Venerable.
And you, my dear.
Have a lovely day. Look after yourself. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You all right to go?
Hi, I'm ready. Yes.
You need any help?
I'll let you know. Yeah, not real. One screen share immediately. It's coming up.
Okay. Sure.
Good morning. Nice to see you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Is there a way to put me on though? Can I change this?
You are already on. You are.
Do I not just tap the? Good morning. Okay. Excellent. Yeah. Amazing. Is that on screen? No.
You're currently being viewed. Yes.
Where do I put it here and then how do I share? It doesn't.
Okay, you have the file open. You want to share a file? The file open. Yeah. It's coming up now.
Excellent. Thank you. And okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Screen at this late date, screen shares still takes several participants. Good morning. Let's get comfortable. Sit on our cushions or on a chair in any way that allows you to focus your mind for the next half hour. Let go of whatever you were thinking about, what's happened so far today, how events, internal or external, relate to you, how you feel. Let go of thoughts of the future, what you might do later today. And just focus your mind here. Give a thorough exhalation, every thought going out. And now focus on the breath, breathing naturally, thinking inhale, Om. Breath inside, Ah. Exhale, Hum. Inhale, Om. Inside, Ah. Exhale, Hum. Continue breathing naturally, Om, Ah, Hum. Just sitting and breathing, relaxed and alert. And continue to focus on the breath if you like. And once you feel focused, without getting caught up in a thought, you could focus on your mind or on a particular object, an image of Avalokiteshvara, or of His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, or of your Guru. in one corner of your mind think, they're pleased with me. I'm engaging in this activity of benefit for all. And thinking this, relax and focus, breathing naturally. We're all interconnected. We're all dependent on each other. And when we think about that we are interconnected and the ways in which we're interconnected, when we think about others, we can develop the courage to work entirely for the benefit of others, to provide temporary and lasting happiness for all living beings. It's in dependence on taking care of others that we have the opportunity to practice generosity, morality, to generate compassion and affectionate love, to practice patience, joyous effort. In these maybe stressful times, but in all times. And in particular, it's in dependence on others that we have the opportunity to develop compassion. Great compassion arises through observing all living beings, thinking closely about the situation we're all in, the suffering we experience now, and the way, no matter what type of life we have, the suffering that will come. Birth, aging, sickness, death. We can think about the suffering that will come because of the way our very lives, our bodies and minds are the causes and ground for suffering. When we think about this, we can't leave any being out, human or non-human. We all are in the same situation in all the realms of existence. And from that, we can see that this is a wonderful opportunity to hold all others most dear. So feel all sentient beings around you. Visualize them extending through space, family, friends, what you might call enemies, dogs, cats, humans, non-humans in the neighborhood, in the country, in the world. Include those with whom you might have conflicted feelings, frustration, even anger. Include all living beings in the 6 realms. Whatever visual you have, the important thing is to feel that all living beings are all around you and that we're all connected, that we're all the same and we're all connected. And in thinking that, we can generate this wish to benefit all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling gem. I shall hold them most dear at all times, and particularly right now. So we can generate loving kindness and affection, wishing for every being to be free from every kind of suffering, from the diseases of body and mind, from the effects of war and violence, overt and covert, from what we might call natural disasters of earth, water, fire, and wind, from poverty and all forms of deprivation, those arising from the presence of COVID, but from all sources. And more importantly, we can wish all sentient beings to actually be free from the causes of these sufferings, the anger and attachment, jealousy and arrogance, the afflicted states of mind, and the karma that results from afflicted states of mind. We can wish all sentient beings to be free from the pervasive potential for suffering. And for that reason, I shall now engage in this practice in order to free all sentient beings equal to space from all suffering. I shall engage in this practice in order to cherish all sentient beings like my life, to cherish them more than myself. And specifically now, today, I shall focus my mind on the practice of compassion and reliance on my Guru, the Buddha of compassion, Avalokiteshvara. My Guru and Avalokiteshvara are the same. They are one. And I will do so in order to be of the greatest possible benefit for all sentient beings. Is this screen shared now? Hello?
Yes.
It is. Excellent.
Yes.
Thank
Still
you.
being shared.
Sorry to, yes. So with that, we can actually take refuge and generate what we call the 4 immeasurable thoughts. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my practice of giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha in order to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my practice of giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my practice of giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha in order to benefit all sentient beings. And the 4 immeasurable thoughts. May all sentient beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all sentient beings never be separated from the happiness that is without suffering. May all sentient beings abide in equanimity, free from attachment and hatred, feeling close to some and distant from others. And specifically, let's cultivate the very special bodhicitta that takes responsibility for these wishes. Especially for the benefit of all sentient beings, I will very quickly attain the precious state of perfect and complete Buddhahood. And for that reason, I will practice now the yoga method of all compassionate Avalokiteshvara. So, sorry. Yeah. So now we can think of Avalokiteshvara, who's one with our Guru, the Buddha of compassion. A snow white body, 2 hands. You may think of 4 hands. You may think of 1,000 arms and 1,000 eyes, whatever is most beneficial for your mind. And Avalokiteshvara is on a lotus and a moon disk on the crown of your head. If this is difficult, visualize white light. And let this visualization become clear, thinking this is my most precious Guru who is guiding me and all sentient beings to enlightenment. And with that thought, we can engage in our specific practice today. The Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as Liberating Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mother, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. And we could see with this refuge, with this motivation, that we are taking refuge in the causal form of refuge. Our gurus, the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, all Arya beings. And we are taking refuge in the resultant refuge, our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So with the image of Avalokiteshvara on the crown, we can think white light begins to pour down flowing down, purifying all non-virtue, all negative thought, all wrong actions. And as we do this visualization, we can add the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum. And as we recite this, light shining from Avalokiteshvara, from the holy form, from the heart, goes out, purifying ourselves of all negativities and the potential for negativity, and then further generating out, touching each and every living being, each of whom becomes purified of all negative karma and its causes, the afflicted mind of ignorance and confusion. And you can think the outer realm, the environment, the universe becomes clean, pure. You can think of lovely places you've been or imagined with trees and streams or beautiful skies, beautiful sounds of birds. You can think of delightful aromas, whatever you like. The body, speech, and mind of all beings are freed from disease, discomfort, and negativities and all faults. And as we recite Om Mani Padme Hum, we can recite aloud or quietly. And as we recite, infuse this compassionate activity with a meditation on emptiness in a simple way by thinking our being here, our activity, our relation with our Guru, Chenrezig, Avalokiteshvara, our relation with all beings. This is all dependently related. So let's recite silently or aloud for a few minutes, thinking that all sentient beings become purified. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And as we recite, purifying rays of light pour down from Avalokiteshvara's heart and body, eliminating all of our illnesses and afflictions and their causes, all of our negative karmas and mental obscurations. Think our bodies are filled with light and become clean and clear like crystal. And light radiates out in all directions, purifying all sicknesses and afflictions of all mother sentient beings. If you've had the initiation, you can visualize yourself transforming and becoming Avalokiteshvara. With the light going out, you can think of beings in the different realms of existence who suffer so much and need so much help. You can think of people you know, animals, different places, different situations, hell beings, pretas. You can eliminate specific diseases, people in hospitals, people enduring war, people who are injured, beings who are experiencing poverty, loss. Let yourself become creative. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Is this on screen? Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Is the prayer on screen now? Hello? Dear technical support, is the prayer on screen? Hello? Is this on screen?
It's still on screen.
The actual prayer, thank you. And so now we can use the prayer, the powerful prayer, eliminating disease from Sakya, liberating Sakya from disease. We can use this actual prayer to begin our dedications of our activities. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so on. Whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the triple gem, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled immediately, without delay. And now, we can think about our activities today and focus on rejoicing in the merits that we've created. All those who've engaged in this activity, Buddhist and non-Buddhist, and the merits of those hosting this activity, thank you very much. And the technical support that makes it possible, thank you very much. We rejoice in your knowledge and skill. The merits of all who act with compassion, seeking to benefit others, those whom we know and those whom we don't know, those whom we've seen on those who are not unseen, those who are working with diseases, those who are experiencing depression, psychosis, those who are working with those who have experienced violence, who are engaged in violence, those experiencing deprivation, loss. We can rejoice in the activities of those providing food and shelter, comfort throughout the world, everywhere. And as we hold each other with affection and kindness, we can cherish them like our lives, more than ourselves. And so we can continue our dedications, thinking, bringing to mind anyone specifically whom you know who needs dedication, or projects for which you especially wish to dedicate the merits. Bring these to mind now. May all the holy beings, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, all the holy beings remain for a very long time. And in life after life, may we never be separated from them. And may all their holy wishes be fulfilled without delay. May our precious teachers have long and healthy lives, and may we fulfill their holy wishes exactly as expressed. For those who've died, who've recently died, who are dying now, may they be reborn in a pure land or achieve a perfect human rebirth, meet the perfect spiritual friend, receive the Dharma, and actualize the complete path to enlightenment, or whatever path is most suitable to them. May those who are ill with physical illness, with depression, illnesses of body and mind, especially with those related to COVID, be quickly relieved of all illness. Due to these merits, may the supreme and precious bodhicitta, which has not arisen in myself and others, arise and grow right now without a second's delay. And where it has arisen, may it never decline, but increase more and more. However many ill beings there are in the world, may they quickly be freed from all illnesses. May all illnesses without exception cease and never occur again. We can, for as long as space remains, as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. It is only from the kindness of my gurus that I've met the unequaled teachings of the Buddha. Therefore, I dedicate all this merit, that all migrators, without exception, may be guided in the future by kind and holy gurus. And we can dedicate the long lives of our precious teachers, in particular for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, you who are the sole protector of the Snowland teachings and sentient beings, who clearly show the path of unified compassion and emptiness. To the lotus holder Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you uphold the subduer's moral way, sustaining and preserving Manjana's victorious doctrine, magnificently accomplished prayers honoring the three jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Every supreme and mundane attainment falls upon pure devotion to you, my protector. Seeing this, I give up my body, even my life. Bless me to practice what will only please you. Due to all these merits, may all father and mother sentient beings have happiness, and may the lower realms be empty forever. And we can dedicate with the 3 verses from Nagarjuna's precious garland that His Holiness sometimes uses to confer aspirational bodhicitta, like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood of the forest, may always be enjoyed by sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my life. May I cherish them more than myself. May all their negative karmas ripen upon me, and may all my virtues ripen upon them. For as long as even one sentient being is not liberated from cyclic existence, for that long may I remain in cyclic existence to help them, even though I attain Buddhahood. Due to these merits, may I quickly achieve the enlightened state of all-powerful Chenrezig and lead each and every sentient being without exception into that enlightened state. Just as the brave Manjushri and Samantabhadra also have realized things as they are, I too dedicate all these virtues in the best way that I may follow after them. Whatever dedications the victorious ones gone to bliss of the 3 times have admired is best. I also perfectly dedicate all these roots of virtue in that way, that I may perform good works. And finally, with my heart going out with great compassion, whatever direction the most precious teachings have not yet spread, or once spread if declined, may I reveal this treasure of happiness and aid. Thank you very much. And we have to, Venerable Chandala, how are you? Sorry,
Good
how are
afternoon,
you?
good morning, good. I think even for you it's afternoon.
Right on the cusp. It's 11:30.
11:30. Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Good morning then. Okay. So
Yes, exactly.
yeah,
How are you? I hope you're
I'm
well.
very well. Thank you so much. And how are you?
Oh, fine. I hope you are. You're in Nalanda, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And are you cold here? How's it?
Yes, the sun is shining, and you can feel that every day the sun is more powerful. So we had already a few days that there were some hours you can go in t-shirt or it's very good temperature. Yeah, but can be sometimes a bit cold at the end of the day or in the night. Yeah, so but not really cold, huh? It's not freezing and so forth. So we have very agreeable temperatures here. Yeah, no snow. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah,
right. Well, have a good session and good to see you.
Thank you so much. Very good. Nice to see you. And thank you for all you're doing. It was a beautiful session. I followed partly. And and thank you also for what you did for the prayers last week for the organization. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Have a very nice day.
You too.
Yeah. Thank you. So good morning, good afternoon, or wherever you are. Good night. So thank you so much for being with us on the prayerathon. So we will do first meditation on love and compassion. Try to be in touch with this big feeling of wanting to take care for others. And then we will do the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers as advised by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, because it's very beneficial in these times of pandemic. Still many people are suffering. Here in Western Europe, the numbers go very much down, but still the virus is quite contagious. Still every day, still people die from the virus. So we cannot say that we are free of the pandemic yet, and also in other regions, it's more serious and has more impact on people than in general in West Europe. But yeah, still people suffer in different ways economically. Like I know some people in Nepal who have no trade, so there's no tourists. So and there was the virus, and it's they don't have always healthy food, so it's being contaminated has even more impact in general than in the West. But still every day, all around the world, people die from it. So experience the severe consequences of being excluded or alone, having no company, having lost their dear ones, their father, their mother. So yeah, and at the end we will do also some dedications, of course. So we will start to focus on our breath. We feel well and in touch with ourselves, forgetting the past, forgetting the future. So I will do a 1 hour session. For those who don't know me, by the way, I'm Tendar, living in France. I'm director of the IMI as in my free time. Try to keep my practices, work as volunteer at Nalanda as well, follow teachings. And I'm very grateful that whoever we are, we can create merit, good imprints, good vibes, which we can dedicate for good causes on this planet. we can start with visualizing all sentient beings around us. So all the people and animals we will meet today, for example, also animals in human form. We visualize most on the right side, the males, left side, females. Especially all the people we will meet today. All the animals we will meet today. But actually all sentient beings from all 10 directions we can visualize around us. No one is excluded. We can build up our love and compassion for them by thinking how wonderful it would be if there would be no suffering anymore due to hunger, lack of shelter, wars, natural disasters. How fantastic would it be if they have no suffering? And maybe also be free from the cause of suffering. So their karmic imprints, their grasping at true existence, the ignorance they carry on in their mind stream. That maybe be able to relieve the suffering and of sentient beings, maybe cherish these sentient beings all the time, make a difference in their lives. So that they have less manifest suffering. Then we can go even a step further. We think how it would be to liberate all sentient beings from suffering and lead them to enlightenment. How wonderful it would be that all the loved ones we know, that we have the methods and the power to bring them to enlightenment, and that all our dear ones have never suffering again, no single form, completely free from suffering. So it's already very powerful that we think that for a few people who are good to us in this life, people we feel connected to, those who love us, support us in our goals. Wow, but with all the simple kindness people pay to us by producing food, making our clothes which we wear now, those who have worked on the roof where we sleep under last night or this night, they might have died in the meantime. We don't know where they are. They're strangers to us, but they have been kind to us. Very, very few of us have made their own roofs, made their own clothes, fabric. So all those people who have been so kind to us, maybe go beyond this life, we also should include our father, mothers from former lives. Even to have the karma to be in this human body, that we got connected with sperm and egg in this life and got a base for our functioning now. Our mind existed already a long time. Mind came from mind. It never came from material. All our former father, mother, so actually we are connected with all sentient beings from all 10 directions. We had countless lives. Everyone has been our father, mother, and has been kind to us in former lives. So based on these kind of ideas, we can broaden up our love and compassion and see what it means to liberate other sentient beings. We have this strong wish, this power, which we don't have now, but we develop very strongly this wish, and we want to use this life. One of the main conditions for this is that we have a lot of good karma ourselves, so we have to do good activities, meritorious activities. On the other hand, we have to understand reality. We cannot be lost ourselves in samsara. If we are lost in samsara, we cannot guide others who have the same problems. So we have to practice the method, the way out, and reach certain states of mind. Maybe develop more capacities, more qualities, we have more power, more possibilities to be a benefit to others, much more than most likely we can do now. So it has been stated in many, many texts. So we use our life in general to do what we can for other sentient beings, and on top of that, study the wisdom text, especially how the mind does not exist concrete in the rent. The mind does not exist as we project it. So every time we study, for example, the emptiness teachings, dependent arising teachings, how reality exists, that works as an axe to cut the tree of our samsaric mind. Our mind is by nature quite powerful, the power of our thoughts, negative thoughts, positive thoughts, based on our patterns, based on our habits, based on the limited knowledge we have, the limited wisdom, the limited merit we have. So the more we can practice, study wisdom, and the more we can bring it to practice mind transformation, when we have suffering experiences on our path, that we can transform it into experience it as a blessing. It's useful to exhaust the negative karma, especially those things we cannot influence. Because when we have headache, it's good to take a medicine, but there's some suffering, sometimes ripening. We just have to keep up with it. If we then have the mind and bring it enough compassion into action, by seeing it that we take on the suffering of all sentient beings who have sometimes the same problems as us. For example, we have pain with walking and there's nothing to do, then we can remind ourselves that there's on this planet thousands who have the same problem. If we are left alone by someone, we feel lonely, and visualize very strongly that we take their loneliness on ourselves. The others are free. If we have cancer, take all the cancer of other sentient beings on ourselves by breathing in, destroying our self-cherishing attitude. It's me, poor me, poor me. The more powerful you can do, the more useful this experience will be in your life. For example, also any inconvenience today we experience, can strongly think of taking away the suffering of others. Everyone, for example, who is suffering from the pandemic in any way. When we hear a bird singing, we not only enjoy it, like rejoice that this bird can sing so beautifully, that that bird might be free of suffering for a little while. And then immediately our thought is, may I contribute to the liberation of this bird, that the bird might become a Buddha. Might be that this bird is just free from suffering just for a few minutes. But in general, animals are very afraid of, always the worry of bigger animals have to protect themselves from their enemies. On the other hand, they have to look for food, which are many times smaller animals on their terms. So they have to worry 24/7. They may just be satisfied with some food and then being very happy, making chirp, chirp, chirp. You can enjoy it. You can rejoice that the bird experience some happiness, temporary happiness. But that what the bird really needs is ultimate happiness. So freedom from all these worries as an animal, freedom from every time experience hunger, uncertainty to find food. And use the potential. Even a bird has the potential to become a Buddha. And your dog and your cat. All animals, but also all our neighbors, all our colleagues, all people we meet in daily life. They have the potential to become Buddha, but like us, they are caught up with some samsara. So may also all the inconvenience from this practice contribute to the enlightenment of ourselves and all sentient beings. So we will start to do practice. I've been instructed how to use sharing the screen. So the Vacha speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo. It said that actually Thangtong Gyalpo was Buddha. He did with this prayer, he saved the big monastery Shakya, where all the monks suffered from a contagious disease. But he also built many bridges and did many other wonderful activities, beneficial activities for sentient beings. So we start with taking refuge. So we can visualize our Guru Buddha in front of us. So in the form of Chenrezig, four-armed Chenrezig, or 1,000 times Chenrezig, but in essence, this is our guru. Maybe if you don't have a guru, think that His Holiness the Dalai Lama is your guru, but you can reach him by internet, you can follow teachings of him. He is very reliable, regarded by many Tibetans, most Tibetans. His Guru Chenrezig himself in human form, because we cannot see Buddhas if they don't take form and shape suitable for our functioning. And we function many times based on our 5 senses, so we need something for the eyes. So, and Dalai Lama is Buddhist Guru Chenrezig to the aspect of a normal human being. He also takes some time to manifest the aspect that he is sick sometimes, or just we can really relate to him as someone with a nose, eyes, speech. Maybe it's Lama Zopa Rinpoche, your guru, maybe it's Kandrula, maybe it's one other teacher. So think very strongly that your teacher is really with you. It's this all encompassing mind, is mind, omnipresent mind. The guru can always be with you at any moment. You can visualize, it's very strong in general to visualize a guru in the form of the powers of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, or Tara, female Buddha. Also, Tara is like for the Catholics, Maria. Tara it's not in meditative equipoise, of meditative posture. She has her right leg already ready to, as soon as someone made a prayer, mentions the name of Tara, she is there. So Guru Chenrezig is in front of you, and there's no better way of taking refuge, trusting someone as the Buddha. It's completely free of all faults, completely free, because Buddha can see 2 realities at the same time, the ultimate reality and the conventional reality. And of course, he's very far in the meantime from egoistic motives, cheating us, or so yeah, it's very, very safe refuge. So the prayer, as you can read, goes like this. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We take refuge, then the next step is that we do many of the mantras. So we can visualize in front of us our Guru deity as a sun and moon cushion in his heart, on top of which are the letters Om Mani Padme Hum. Out of respect, we can offer our Guru deity a throne, and can become very happy just by thinking of our Guru, that we are in a situation that we have met these holy teachings. So it's so mind-blowing. So the Guru and the Buddhas want to help sentient beings at all times. So, and at any moment, someone wishes. Unfortunately, we have obscurations, so we look for wrong solutions. Sometimes we have ignorance, so we do sometimes the opposite things. We create even more trouble and more problems. by solving situations. So on behalf of all these sentient beings who in their essence look for happiness, but they don't know the right methods. So we do all these prayers for them, so that they are free of suffering, especially at this time for the whatever sickness someone has, whatever refuge someone needs. So know a lady in the United Kingdom, she might be sent back to the country while she is looking for refuge. Sister of one of the monks tries to help her. It's an example of one of the many types of problems you can have on this planet. So all these kind of problems are included in the prayers. So in the heart of Chenrezig, there's this cushion where you see the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Can be Tibetan letters, can be Western letters in your language. Om Mani Padme Hum. And it goes in circles clockwise and sends out the rays of light which touch and is able to reach the hearts of all sentient beings. Because all the sentient beings are around you, heaven beings, hell beings, those who have at this moment no body, but are in what we call the bardo state in between one life and another, and all the spirits. Think also of all the people who have done bad things, rapists, those who have killed people, who are on death row here, there, or have lifelong sentences, are as a result of the negative karma have become very crazy. So you can visualize those especially in front of us. And then those we love, those who help us in our goals, they are behind us. So then we can do this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, a few times. And on the background, we play Lama Zopa Rinpoche, it's Om Mani Padme Hum. In the meantime, I also will do the prayer wheel. It's a prayer wheel. It contains thousands, if not millions of mantras. And it said it's the number of mantras, and that's much Om Mani Padme Hums you can do. Tibetans always have a culture of infinite, so immeasurable. So do a few together, and then we can do our own Om Mani Padme Hums. We will do this for 5 minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So now we continue with the prayers, the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all our body beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have a radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications be fulfilled. We'll do one time more. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we continue with 8 prayers. Actually, we do only the first one because we have not time enough to do them all. These prayers are especially powerful for people who have just died or are still in the bardo, finding a new body. Then even also when you know people who have just recently died, this is a very powerful prayer, King of Prayers, the extraordinary aspiration of the practice of Samatobhadra, Dzangche Mendam. I bow to the youthful Arya Manjushri, you lions among humans, gone to freedom in the present, past, and future, in the worlds of 10 directions, to all of you with body, speeches, sincere mind, I bow down. With the energy of aspiration for the Bodhisattva way, with a sense of deep respect, and with as many bodies as atoms of the world, to all you Buddhas visualized as real, I bow down. On every atom are Buddhas, numberless as atoms, each amidst the host of Bodhisattvas, and I am confident the sphere of all phenomena is entirely filled with Buddhas in this way, with infinite oceans of praise for you and oceans of sound from the aspects of my voice. I sing the breathtaking excellence of Buddhas to celebrate all of you gone to bliss. Beautiful flowers, regal garlands, sweet music, scented oils and parasols, sparkling lights, and sublime incense, I offer to you, victorious ones. Fine dress, fragrant perfumes, sandalwood powder heaped high as Mount Meru, all wondrous offerings in spectacular array, I offer to you, victorious ones. With transcendent offerings, pale as the fast, with profound admiration for all the Buddhas, with strength and conviction in the Bodhisattva way, I offer and bow down to all victorious ones. Every harmful action I've done with my body, speech, and mind, overwhelmed by attachment, anger, and confusion, all these I openly lay bare before you. I lift up my heart and rejoice in all positive potential of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in 10 directions, of solitary realizers, heroes still training those beyond, and of all ordinary beings. You who are in the bright lights of worlds in 10 directions, who have attained to Buddha's omniscience through the stages of awakening, or you who are my guides, please turn the supreme wheel of Dharma. With palms together, I earnestly request you may actualize parinirvana. Please stay with us for eons, numberless as atoms of the world, for the happiness and well-being of all wanderers in samsara. Whatever positive potential I may have created, by paying homage, offering and acknowledging my faults, rejoicing and requesting that the Buddha stay and teach, I now dedicate all this for full awakening. May you Buddhas now living in the worlds of 10 directions, and all you gone to freedom in the past accept my offerings. May those not yet arisen quickly perfect their minds, awakening as fully enlightened ones. May all worlds in 10 directions be entirely pure and fast. May they be filled with bodhisattvas surrounding Buddhas gathered beneath a embodied tree. May as many beings as exist in 10 directions be always well and happy. May all samsaric beings live in accord with the Dharma, and may their every Dharma wish be fulfilled. Remembering my past lives in all varieties of existence, may I practice the Bodhisattva way, and thus in each cycle of death, migration, and birth, may I always abandon the householder's life. Then, following in the footsteps of all the Buddhas, perfecting the practice of a bodhisattva, may always act without error or compromise, with ethical discipline, faultless and pure. May I teach the Dharma and the language of gods, in every language of spirits and nagas, of humans and of demons, and in the voice of every form of being. May I be gentle-minded, cultivating the 6 paramitas, and never forget bodhicitta. May I completely cleanse without omission every negativity and all that obscures this awakening mind. May I traverse all my lives in the world, free of karma afflictions and interfering forces, just as the lotus blossom is undisturbed by the water's wave, just as the sun and moon move unhindered through the sky. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be a worldly benefit to them as well. May I practice constantly for eons to come, perfecting the activities of awakening, acting in harmony with the various dispositions of beings, showing the ways of a bodhisattva. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the bodhisattva way. May I always directly see the Buddhas, masters, and circled by bodhisattvas, and without pause or discouragement for eons to come, may I make extensive offerings to them. May I hold within me the Buddha's genuine Dharma, illuminate everywhere the teachings that awaken, embody the realizations of a bodhisattva, and practice ardently in all future eons. While circling through all states of existence, may become an endless treasure of good qualities, skillful means, wisdom, samadhi, and liberating stabilizations, gathering limitless pristine wisdom and positive potential. On one atom, I shall see Buddha fields, numberless as atoms, inconceivable Buddhas among bodhisattvas in every field, practicing the activities of awakening. Perceiving this in all directions, I dive into an ocean of Buddha fields, each an ocean of 3 times Buddhas in the space of a wisp of hair, so I too will practice for an ocean of eons. Thus, I'm continually immersed in the speech of the Buddha's expression that reveals an ocean of qualities in one word, the completely pure eloquence of all the Buddhas, communication suited to the varied tendencies of beings. With strength of understanding, I plunge into the infinite light and speech of the Dharma of all Buddhas in 3 times gone to freedom, who continually turn the wheel of Dharma methods. I shall experience in one moment such vast activity of all future eons, and I will enter into all eons of the 3 times in but a fraction of a second. In one instant, I shall see all those awakened beings, past, present, future lives among humans, and with the power of the illusion-like stabilization, I will constantly engage in their inconceivable activity. I shall manifest upon one single atom the array of pure lamps present, past, and future. Likewise, I shall enter the array of pure Buddha fields in every direction without exception. I shall enter the very presence of all my guides, those lights of this world who are yet to appear, those sequentially turning the wheels of complete awakening, those who reveal nirvana, final perfect peace. May I achieve the power of swift magical emanation, the power to lead to the great vehicle through every approach, the power of always beneficial activity, the power of love pervading all realms, the power of all surpassing positive potential, the power of supreme knowledge unobstructed by discrimination, and through the powers of wisdom, skillful means, and samadhi, may I achieve the perfect power of awakening, purifying the power of all contaminated actions, crushing the power of disturbing emotions at their root, diffusing the power of interfering forces. I shall perfect the power of the bodhisattva practice. May I purify an ocean of worlds, may I free an ocean of beings, may I clearly see an ocean of Dharma, may I realize an ocean of pristine wisdom. May I purify an ocean of activities, may I fulfill an ocean of aspirations, may I make offerings to an ocean of Buddhas, may I practice without discouragement for an ocean of eons. Apologies. To awaken fully through this bodhisattva way, I shall fulfill without exception all the diverse aspirations of the awakening practice of all Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times everywhere, in order to practice exactly as the wise one called Samantabhadra, all embracing good, the elder brother of the sons and daughters of the Buddhas. I completely dedicate all this goodness. Likewise, may I dedicate, just as the skillful Samantabhadra, with pure body, speech, and mind, pure actions, and pure Buddha fields, I shall give rise to the aspirations of Manjushri for this bodhisattva practice of all embracing good, to perfect these practices without discouragement or pause in all future eons. May my pure activities be endless, my good qualities boundless, and through abiding in immeasurable activity and actualize infinite emanations. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach the limitless as well. One may offer to the Buddhas all wealth and adornments of infinite worlds and 10 directions, and one may offer during eons numberless as atoms of the world, even the greatest happiness of gods and humans. But whoever hears this extraordinary aspiration, and only for highest awakening, gives rise to faith just once, creates far more precious positive potential. Those who make this heartfelt aspiration for the bodhisattva way will be free of all over rebirths, free of harmful companions who will quickly see Amitabha infinite light, and even in this very human life, they will be nourished by happiness and of all conducive circumstances. Without waiting long, they will become like Samantabhadra himself. Those who give voice to this extraordinary aspiration will quickly and completely purify the 5 boundless harmful actions created under the power of ignorance. Blessed with supreme knowledge, excellent body, family, attributes, and appearance, they will be invincible to fast interfering forces and misleading teachers, and all the 3 worlds will make offerings. Going quickly to the noble body tree and sitting there to benefit sentient beings, subduing all interfering forces, I will fully awaken and turn the great wheel of Dharma. I have no doubt that complete awakening is the fully ripened result, comprehended only by a Buddha, of holding a mind by teaching, reading, or reciting this aspiration of the bodhisattva practice, in order to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality as it is, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I completely dedicate all this goodness just as they did. With that dedication, which is praised as greatest by all the Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times, I too dedicate all my roots of goodness for the attainment of the bodhisattva practice. When the moment of my death arrives, by eliminating all obscurations and directly perceiving Amitabha, may you go immediately to Sukhavati, pure land of great joy. Having gone to Sukhavati, may I actualize the meaning of these aspirations, fulfilling them all without exception, for the benefit of beings for as long as this world endures. Born from an extremely beautiful superlative lotus in this joyful land, the Buddha's magnificent mandala, may I receive a prediction of my awakening directly from the Buddha Amitabha. Having received the prediction there, may I create vast benefit for beings throughout the 10 directions with a billion emanations by the power of wisdom. Through even a small virtue I have accumulated by offering this prayer of the bodhisattva practice, may all the positive aspirations of beings be fulfilled in an instant. Through creating limitless positive potential by dedicating this prayer of Samantabhadra's deeds, may all beings drowning in this torrent of suffering enter the presence of Amitabha. Through this king of aspirations, which is the greatest of the sublime, helping infinite wanderers in samsara, through the accomplishment of this scripture and dazzling with Samantabhadra's practice, may suffering realms be utterly emptied of all beings. very, very powerful practice, especially we dedicate to those who have just lost their lives recently. So go to the dedication prayers. Yeah. Extensive dedication prayers. So first of all, we use all our activities to actualize ourselves. Bodhicitta, this very big, loving, compassionate mind, which includes everyone in our actions. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. You can also do it in Tibetan. Janchup samcho Rinpoche ma ke pa nam ke gyujik ke pa nyam pa me pa yung gong ne gong du palwar shu. As you see, Lama Zopa Rinpoche often elaborates on this prayer as follows. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose name have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has arisen, that has already been generated, increase. And to realize emptiness, so many times they say, some teachers explain that going to alignment is like a bird having 2 wings. One wing is our deeds, good deeds, generosity, and so forth, which is part of the bodhisattva path, and to realize emptiness, to become wise persons. May the precious view of emptiness not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising are unbetraying. I seek blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these 2 are mutually complementary and not contradictory. Koderanchi Juta me pa dang yudri tendre luva me pa ni pentun gel me droksu charwai ludru gongdun tukpa jingi. So we are in the Tibetan tradition, so we have met Tantra, then we'll maybe realize the 2 stages of Tantra. May the precious realization of the 2 stages not yet born arise, and may that there is no decline but increase more and more. And for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Incomparably kind, the supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every benefit and single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Mujikten kom dir bende manu pagang le jumbe samhayin chinu kadring sum ne ten zin ya tsum choku tse ten jing tu tse lun rum shu. savior of the land of snow's teachings and transmigrated beings who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion to the lotus holder, Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Jagna pe moten sing yansu la suva depso dun drum shun. Then for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Chun chu jang jin jang gen yavun tan jin kyon pelve kun zi don po chen chok sum kurve lag man to drum dang sok pyun je gundu shapte shu. And for Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious One Tsongkhapa acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. And may I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious One, Losung Drakpa, who lived an eminent life, endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. So to be like Lama Tsongkhapa in all our future lives. Glorious Guru, whatever your holy body, retinue, lifespan, and realm, whatever your supreme and beneficial holy name, may I and others become exactly like that. We have the fortunate Nalanda to study at this moment Lama Tsongkhapa's big Lamrim Chenmo. So many people follow that also online. So it's very rejoicing, and it's especially about these days about the emptiness section. So it's so rich to be able to follow and get explanation of Lama Tsongkhapa's texts. I know few of reality. Then we pray for peace and happiness to prevail in the world. By the force of the praises and requests made to you, may all diseases, evil spirits, poverty, and quarrels be calmed, and may the Dharma and good fortune increase in the regions in which I and others dwell. Then may we always be able to please the holy beings, especially our Guru, just as always crying one, follow Chopak, without being distracted by my body, life, and enjoyments. May I please my holy Guru well, and never displease them for even a second. For the sick, especially also for all the people who suffer from COVID, also for a monk called Losang Gompo, he is in hospital. And Venerable Puntsok is in hospital in Israel. And doesn't look so good. He has he's a very excellent monk, studied in Sera, still very young. Got a few attacks in his head and head bleeding. So does not look so very fortunate. So for all the sick, also for one of my brothers, Thangtong Gyalpo, he has a knee replacement, so may he recover quickly. But for all the people we carry on in our hearts, all the people we know who are in hospital, so we can include them in this wish and in this dedication. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigrated beings never occur again. Then to be always be used by sentient beings like the earth, water, fire and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. To hold sentient beings as precious. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all the negative karma ripen on me. May all my virtue ripen on them. To abide in samsara for sentient beings, as long as any sentient beings has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. So I think we come to the end of our sessions. So thank you so much for being with us, wherever you are, doing these prayers. It's very powerful. We really realize what we are doing. It's really amazing, and it's really an evolution in our mind. If we have this broad mind that we want to do practice, do all our actions for the benefit of all sentient beings. So, yeah. Thank you so much. I will have again tonight a session. I think Brother Tekshok.
Tekshok.
Yes.
Hello, how are you?
Yes, long time no see.
Yes, initially I didn't know where you were. With all these steps around you, but now I can see.
Yes, yeah. For those who know, we both are Nalanda monks, but we are in different buildings, so.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, Tekshok. Have a very, very nice session. Thank you all. Paola, Nico, I see Aldo, maybe also some people on YouTube. I don't know who was following it. I want to thank Chenrezig team very much. Hello. We got a face.
Yes, we're lurking in the background.
Okay. That's Paola. Hello. Thank you. Nice to see you. And thank you so much for doing prayers and developing your mind. And thank you so much. Tekshok, go ahead. Thank you.
So thank you very much. And I would like to thank Venerable Damcho from the UK, who's doing the administration of all these talks. Thank you so much. You're putting so much work into this. So thank you very much. And I would definitely want to join the thank you remarks to the Chenrezig Institute. Oh my God, what a wonderful job you're doing every Saturday. Yeah, without you, we would not be able to do it, definitely. So thank you very much. And let us start by thinking why we're doing these practices, who we are including in these practices. So just think of all sentient beings sitting around you. Think of all the benefit that you received from sentient beings. There's nothing that we have, nothing that we can do without sentient beings that would be beneficial. So just think of them, they're sitting all around you. And at the moment, as we're not enlightened, or at least I am not, can only wish them well, do, one step at a time. But eventually, it's our responsibility to lead them all to enlightenment. At the moment, we're wishing them to be free from any disease. Ultimately, we're leading them to enlightenment. So just think of all of them around you in human form. People that you like, people that you don't like, all of them without any exception. There's no need for discrimination at all. So we go for refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. So the visualization that we will do, I copied from the Lama Yeshu Wisdom Archive, the visualization that Rinpoche gave in Madrid in 2009. So visualize Chenrezig. On the crown of every hell being, hungry ghost, animal, humans, gods, demigods, all sentient beings have this 1,000-armed Chenrezig on top of the crown of his head, and yourself. And nectar beams are emitted from 1,000-armed Chenrezig and entering into one's body of mind of all sentient beings. Nectar beams purifying sicknesses. Lama Zopa says, the cause of the particular sickness, spirit harm, is negative karma and defilement collected from beginningless rebirth up to now. We think completely purified. We think of the COVID-19 pandemic. People are in lockdown or in quarantine, in hospitals and respirators. People are suffering mentally, physically, socially. Same visualization of nectar beams that are radiating out and purifying. So as we recite the Om Mani Padme Hum, think completely purifying. And it's good to visualize your suffering as extensive as possible. And that they are being completely purified with these nectar beams. I'd like to recite 3 times the request prayer from the newness sadhana. O Aya compassionate-eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers and all 6 realms to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greaters with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O our compassionate-eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers and all 6 realms to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greaters with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O our compassionate-eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greaters with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. So I would like us to I'd like us to dedicate each Om Mani Padme Hum that we recite to the fulfillment of the holy wishes of our precious Lamas, His Holiness Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Chado Rinpoche, and others. Through the generation of loving kindness and compassion, may all the wars and killing, famine and diseases, like the COVID-19 pandemic, and the imbalance of the elements in the world stop right now. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Please keep the visualization alive. Chenrezig emitting nectar beam that the purifying any disease and spirit harm the bodies of mind of all sentient beings, including yourself. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Sorry. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Okay, I request you to continue with the visualization. as we recite the actual prayer 7 times. May all the diseases and sadden the mind of letting being that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from mice-ridden diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds whose names terrify being as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the power and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the 3 jewels, by the power of the kini Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illnesses of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May the all-embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound whose names terrify being as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the 3 jewels, the power of the kini Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the 3 jewels, the power of the kini Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits of some suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, by the power of the Kini Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. O Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, the power of the Kini Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. O Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits of some suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, by the power of the Kini Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum. Actually, this is our last recitation. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 clans of interferers, the 360 evil spirits and some suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and the mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, the power of the Kini, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So before we do the dedications, I would like to add a few mantras of Green Tower, as suggested by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, that what we can do in order to help stop the pandemic or change our mind. Venerable Our great treasure of compassion, grant your blessings to increase all favorable conditions and clear away every obstacle, that all migratory beings may swiftly enter the city of eternal joy. Om Tare Tutare Turiso, 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 Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Tare Tutare Turiso, Om 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 Tare Tutare Turiso, Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Tare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Tare Tutare Turiso, Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso, Om Tare Tutare Turiso. Okay, I'd like to start the dedications. For the sixth, this comes from Shantideva. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my life, never separating from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of ground and path, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs and obstacles be pacified, and all conducive conditions be complete. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one Losang Drapa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's eccentric deeds, and the yoga of 2 stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and voidness. Fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantha Bhadra as well. I fully dedicate my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by the all gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. Due to the 2 types of merit of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of victorious one Losang Drapa shine resplendent forever. And for the IMI, may I and all others, particularly the IMI Sangha, be able to live a life of pure moral conduct like Lama Tsongkhapa himself, train the mind in Buddhagita, and live in pure view and conduct. In this way, may we be able to complete our lives without corrupting the pure wisdom of the second Buddha's teaching. And to seal the merits with emptiness due to all past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, numberless Bodhisattvas, the numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, where I am completely empty of existing from my own side. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not incline, but increase more and more. Samsara and Nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent, arising and unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And for the very long lives of our lamas, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind, supreme Thangtong Gyalpo, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you uphold the subduers of our way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Madhunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So, who is joining us now? My sister, Venerable Ciliana. I don't know where she is. I'm sure she will join us in a minute. Ciao, Venerable Ciliana. Buongiorno.
Buongiorno, buongiorno.
How are you?
Good, good, thank you.
Good.
Everything okay?
Yeah.
Good, fantastic.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, have a good session. A
See you
good
next
day.
week. Ciao, ciao. Bye.
Ciao.
Bye. So first of all, I'd like to thank people at Chenrezig Institute that have been supporting us since already many weeks now, 82, I think now. And thank you also to Venerable Damcho that has been organizing this session to be able to continue this marathon as requested by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Okay, now I speak in Italian. Buongiorno a tutti quanti. Prima di tutto ho ringraziato le persone del Chenrezig Institute che ci stanno aiutando già da più di 82 settimane per questa maratona. Più di 82 settimane perché effettivamente la prima maratona che abbiamo fatto è stata la maratona della recitazione del Sutra del Cuore, e da quello Lama Zopa Rinpoche ha visto il successo di questa pratica, fatta come una maratona appunto che crea così una rete intorno al mondo di energia positiva in tutte le parti del mondo che mandano energia positiva nel nostro pianeta. E così ha avuto l'idea di fare questa maratona di preghiera con il manto di Chenrezig ogni settimana, e fatto particolarmente dai suoi monaci e monache, Istituto Mahayana Internazionale, IMI. E per questo anche, se è possibile, se potete fare offerte, lo potete trovare il link nelle spiegazioni, e soprattutto su YouTube troverete il link per poter fare le offerte per contribuire in parte per le spese che vengono sostenute al Chenrezig Institute per queste maratone che stiamo facendo. Quindi, come dicevo, Lama Zopa Rinpoche ha pensato che fosse una cosa di grande beneficio fare questa maratona di preghiera e che venisse fatta in tutte le parti del mondo, in modo tale che questo crea effettivamente una rete di energie positive, un po' come una ragnatela di energie positive intorno al mondo. E in particolare con la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo, perché Thangtong Gyalpo è stato un grande Mahasiddha, quindi un grandissimo praticante intorno al 1500-1600, che è vissuto fra il Tibet e il Bhutan. Ci sono tante storie, si dice che abbia vissuto tantissimi anni, più di 100 anni, e lui ha costruito un sacco di ponti di ferro, è famoso appunto per aver costruito dei ponti di ferro, sia in Bhutan che in Tibet, in modo che le persone potessero unirsi, potessero essere collegate le une con le altre. E particolarmente dove c'erano dei grossi problemi, lui ha composto delle preghiere in modo tale per alleviare le sofferenze dalla pandemia, dalle carestie, dal pericolo delle guerre. E quindi particolarmente Thangtong Gyalpo è veramente molto indicato in questo periodo, visti i problemi che stiamo vivendo in tutto il pianeta, un po' per le varie malattie che stiamo sperimentando, non soltanto questa del virus, ma ci sono tantissime altre malattie che purtroppo a causa di questo virus vengono trascurate, le persone addirittura hanno anche paura ad andare negli ospedali e c'è veramente tantissima paura. Inoltre c'è l'altra paura, sofferenza che le persone sperimentano è quella dell'essere separate le une dalle altre, ci sono tantissime divisioni e ci sono veramente climi di guerra in arrivo, anche questa è un'altra situazione molto terribile e tutto questo deriva proprio dalla mente negativa degli esseri viventi. Quindi queste preghiere che si fanno proprio per calmare, per pacificare la mente e soprattutto noi che siamo praticanti abbiamo questa grandissima opportunità da cogliere, da non sprecare e utilizzare questo tempo proprio per generare dentro di noi l'intenzione di non farci intrappolare da quelle che sono state le cause di tutti questi problemi, ovvero l'arroganza, l'orgoglio, la sete di potere, la gelosia, l'invidia, il rancore. Se noi ci colleghiamo con queste emozioni distruttive, se facciamo sì che la nostra mente sia completamente sopraffatta da queste emozioni distruttive, non facciamo altro che alimentare, che moltiplicare le energie negative che stiamo sperimentando. E noi siamo veramente fortunati perché abbiamo il metodo per non cadere in questa trappola, non cadere nella trappola dei difetti mentali e invece attingere a quelle che sono le nostre fondamentali nature di amorevole gentilezza, di compassione. Questa è la nostra vera natura. Infatti ci sentiamo a disagio quando sentiamo delle situazioni appunto che stridono con quella che è la nostra vera natura. E non è che la nostra vera natura di amorevole gentilezza e compassione la dobbiamo prendere dal di fuori, e semplicemente la dobbiamo coltivare dentro di noi. Dobbiamo riconoscere che c'è, perché se la sentiamo ovviamente è perché è dentro di noi, semplicemente la dobbiamo rendere manifesta. E quindi le preghiere ci aiutano a nutrire questi sentimenti che sono la nostra natura fondamentale. Questo è veramente molto importante. Ok? Quindi adesso senza tergiversare troppo, ci mettiamo seduti in un modo comodo, a nostro agio. Se siamo seduti sul cuscino va bene, altrimenti su una sedia teniamo i nostri piedi appoggiati per terra, senza avere le gambe incrociate, proprio i piedi per terra, paralleli. Teniamo la spina dorsale dritta. Cerchiamo di essere rilassati nella posizione in cui siamo, senza tensioni. Lasciamo andare tutte le tensioni che abbiamo nel volto, nel collo, nelle spalle. Piano piano portiamo la nostra attenzione al movimento naturale del respiro. Osserviamo il respiro che entra e il respiro che esce. Senza forzare, semplicemente guardiamo. Pensiamo, siamo degli esseri umani adesso. È il risultato di molte cause e condizioni. In particolare è il risultato di molte azioni positive che abbiamo compiuto nel passato. Abbiamo compiuto le azioni positive di proteggere la vita degli altri, aver praticato la generosità, la pazienza e così via. E tutte queste pratiche abbiamo potuto farle grazie all'esistenza degli altri. E ancora siamo vivi, tutto quello che abbiamo deriva dal lavoro, dallo sforzo, dall'impegno di innumerevoli altri esseri viventi. Quindi per la nostra sopravvivenza usiamo praticamente l'energia che riceviamo dagli innumerevoli altri esseri viventi. Quindi è veramente una nostra responsabilità utilizzare la nostra esistenza a fine di essere di beneficio per gli altri, perlomeno di non danneggiare, di avere la consapevolezza di causa-effetto e dell'interdipendenza dei fenomeni. Questa è l'essenza dell'insegnamento del Buddha. Quindi immaginiamo di fronte a noi Buddha Sakyamuni o Thangtong Gyalpo o Sua Santità Dalai Lama, o comunque un essere che ci ispiri amorevole gentilezza e compassione, che sia in grado di essere lo specchio delle nostre qualità interiori, che ci fa entrare in contatto con queste qualità. Quindi con la ferma intenzione di non farci più intrappolare dalle emozioni distruttive e con la profonda fiducia che possiamo realizzare queste qualità di amorevole gentilezza e compassione dentro di noi, da profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio da chi resta vuota la nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio da chi resta vuota la nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio da chi resta vuota la nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Ora, visualizzando il nostro Guru, o Chenrezig, Sua Santità Dalai Lama, o Lama Zopa Rinpoche, o Buddha Sakyamuni, o Thangtong Gyalpo, l'essere che vi dà maggiore ispirazione. Immaginiamo che dal suo cuore infiniti raggi di luce vengono e toccano noi stessi e tutti gli altri esseri viventi, purificando il nostro corpo, la nostra parola, la nostra mente dalle oscurazioni. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Mani per me, 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 mani per me. Ora recitiamo una preghiera che libera Sakya dalle malattie, la preghiera effettiva. Possono tutte le malattie caratteristiche nei menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e dalle condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, come un macellario che porta un essere ad essere macellato. Separi il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante. Possa non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre supremi, con i poteri dei dachini e protettori dei dharma, dei guardiani, con la fase di fallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie caratteristiche nei menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e dalle condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati agli spiriti gradi, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che, come un macellario che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono e i loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere talmente pacificata. Che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere dei dachini, protettori dei dhamma, dei guardiani, con la forza di infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati. Possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie caratteristiche nelle menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e dalle condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati agli spiriti gradi, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellario che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e tre rari supremi, nei poteri dei dachini, produttori dei dhamma e dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Umani per me, 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 umani per me. Ora facciamo una preghiera che libera Sakya, che di Thangtong Gyalpo, di pacificare la paura delle carestie, sia delle persone, tutti quanti gli esseri che stanno soffrendo adesso per la mancanza di cibo. avendo generato la mente che aspira alla suprema e più alta illuminazione per liberare veramente tutti gli esseri infiniti, tu, compassionevole e vittorioso, hai completato le 2 accumulazioni. L'assemblea dei condottieri di Buddha, Bodhisattva, ascoltatori, pratica Buddha, Guru, Ida, Andakini, guardiani del Dharma, delle 10 direzioni, divinità della ricchezza Yatra, il Signore dei tesori insieme ai loro seguiti. Pensa con amore agli esseri viventi di questi tempi degenerati che sono privi di protettore, quindi al fine di proteggere veramente questi esseri incarnati che sono tormentati dalle sofferenze, dalla fame, dalla sete e dalla povertà, ma sì che cade una pioggia di tutti i piaceri attraenti necessari, gioielli, cibo, ricchezza, cereali, biancheria da letto e così via, nella terra delle nevi e in questo mondo. Per favore pacifichi i danni causati ai 4 elementi, vento inopportuno, fuoco, siccità, piogge, inondazioni e così via. Per favore fa crescere i cereali nelle culture e che i raccolti siano copiosi, che maturino e aumentino come durante l'era del completamento, per il potere di aver fatto intense richieste, con profonde suppliche, con la forza dell'amore, della compassione, possa il leone della malattia, dei combattimenti, della carestia essere pacificato e possiamo possedere una lunga vita, felice, libera da malattie, per la grande compassione dei vittoriosi, dei loro figli, per la forza dell'infallibile verità di causa e effetto, possano insieme del vittorioso diffondersi e aumentare, possono tutti gli esseri viventi raggiungere rapidamente la completa illuminazione. Ora ci impegniamo nelle preghiere di dedica. Ok? Possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata. Possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescere sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza e interesse che causa effetti e origini dipendenti sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi 2 sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Per i malati, ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasminatori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasminatori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasminatori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Poi sigilliamo i meriti con la vacuità. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me di innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli esseri sentienti, che sono completamente vuoti all'esistere alla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere alla mia parte, ottenere stato la piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere alla sua parte. E guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere alla loro parte, a quello stato è completamente vuoto di esistere alla sua parte, da sola che sono completamente vuota di esistere alla mia parte. Ora dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa e immaginata, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere, che noi, te supremi, salvatori miei degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. E così si conclude la nostra sessione. E vi ricordo che le altre sessioni in italiano oggi saranno alle 9:30, alle 10:30, alle 11, 11:30 e alle 19. Quindi grazie a tutti quanti per aver partecipato. Adesso qui abbiamo chi mi sostituisce ora. Non è ancora... Tenzin Paltro. Tenzin Paltro, good morning. Hello, Tenzin Paltro. non è ancora, cioè c'è sul video ma non è ancora apparsa. Quindi vi ricordo che dalla prossima settimana, il martedì e il venerdì, guiderò delle meditazioni alle 7 del mattino in collaborazione con il centro di Napoli. Quindi dovete andare sul centro di Napoli, sul sito del centro di Napoli, che è Istituto Lama Zopa Napoli, e lì ci sono tutte quante le informazioni, e poi ci saranno il lunedì alle 5 del pomeriggio invece Tashi guiderà delle meditazioni, quindi abbiamo un programma settimanale che andrà avanti da adesso in poi. Ok, grazie a tutti quanti per la vostra partecipazione. Good morning, Tenzin Padrola. It's good afternoon for you probably now.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Not bad. Everything okay? It's just a little bit of cold, no problem.
Yes, yes.
But this is the season, you know. This is
yes, exactly. It's cold, but it's yes. But the sun is out today. It's beautiful.
Also here, we have a nice sun. But it's a little bit windy, but fine. Okay. Okay, have a nice session, my dear.
Yes.
Take care. Ciao.
Thank you. See you next week. Bye. Ciao,
Bye.
ciao.
Ciao.
Yes. Welcome, everybody, to the next session of the Prayerathon. My name is Tenzin Palden, and I'm coming to you from Thosamling Nunnery in Lower Dharamsala. So I want to start by acknowledging my gratitude to Venerable Damcho, who kind of rallies all of us together, the International Sangha community, every Saturday, and for the tireless efforts of Chenrezig Institute, who have continually backed us up every Saturday, in spite of all the technological challenges. So I just want to say again, I hope my internet connection lasts because it tends to be unstable. But hopefully it will stay connected for the next half hour. So I'd like to start by sharing an image of Thangtong Gyalpo. I hope you can see that. So Thangtong Gyalpo, as you may know, was actually Shakyamuni Buddha in one of his previous lives. And interestingly enough, there was a pandemic that raged during his time too. And it was out of the power of bodhicitta that he composed this prayer that we are actually reciting now. And they had tried everything, but nothing worked. But finally, because of the power of his bodhicitta and this prayer he composed, they were able to completely eradicate the pandemic. So it's truly a source of great joy for us to be reciting this prayer at this particular time to fulfill especially the wishes of our most holy Guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So let's start by just taking a few minutes to settle our bodies and minds by simply focusing on our breath. So for the next few minutes, let's let everything else go out of our mind and simply focus on the in and out of your breath, whether it's the air coming in and out of your nostrils or the rise and fall of your belly. And if you wish, you can count 1 for the in breath and out breath till you reach 10. And if your mind wanders, which it invariably will, simply bring it back to the object through the mental factors of mental alertness, which is the spy aspect of our mind, which kind of alerts you if your mind is wandering away. And then with mindfulness, the rope of mindfulness, we simply bring it back to our breath. So let's just take a few minutes to do that. And now from this quiet space, let us bring to mind our Guru in the form of 1,000-arm Avalokiteshvara with 11 heads and beautifully bedecked with jewelry and silks, each of which indicates his different levels of attainments. So that you can see the image in front of you, but you can also close your eyes and visualize this live, beautiful, compassionate, wise being standing in front of us, you know, looking at us with great love and compassion in spite of all that we may have done. And surrounding him are all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the 10 directions. And then with the bodhicitta field, visualize that around you on your left-hand side is your mother and all female sentient beings from the 6 realms, from the hell realms, hungry ghost, animal, human, sura, asura, deva, and also from with all those who are making their passing, you know, we include everybody. And then on our right-hand side is our father and all male sentient beings from the 6 realms surrounding us. So we remind ourselves that we are doing this practice not just for ourselves, but for the benefit of all sentient beings. So just take a few minutes to feel that compassionate, beautiful presence of Avalokiteshvara in front of us, looking at each one of us with great love and compassion. And now from this space, we will take refuge 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds. So now we will go back to the visualization of Guru Avalokiteshvara standing in front of us. And now we take a few minutes to realize that this pandemic that we are in the midst of, in fact, India is in the middle of our 3rd wave with this Omicron variant. The pandemic came about as a result of causes. Nothing comes about without causes, and we have to realize that all of us, collectively and individually, have created the causes for this pandemic. So we'll do a series of visualization requesting Guru Avalokiteshvara to help us purify all these negativities that we have created so that we can bring an end to all these illnesses, all the different kinds of pandemic, you know, the social inequities, the racial inequities, all the problems, all the sufferings, all of which, ironically enough, are created by our own minds. So we have to purify our body, speech, and mind. So we'll start by asking Guru Avalokiteshvara to pour down on us this beautiful, brilliant white light to completely purify all the negativities of our body. So any negativities that we created through our body, that includes any form of killing, including of insects and animals, any form of stealing that we may have engaged in, or any form of sexual misconduct, if you're a lay person, or sexual conduct, if you are a monk or lay person, we confess it all openly to Guru Avalokiteshvara. And we express our deep regret and our resolve not to not engage in those activities again. And we take strong refuge in Guru Avalokiteshvara, and we redirect our energies in a positive direction, including by taking refuge in the two bodhicittas, the desire to attain enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings, and recognizing the illusory nature of everything. So as we recite a round of Om Mani Padme Hum, we can visualize that this white light completely purifies our negativity, and all our negativities come out of our body like dirty laundry water, and our bodies all get filled by this pure, blissful white light. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Padme, Om Mani 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 Padme. Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel that all our bodies have been completely purified of all these negativities, and we are filled, each filled with this blissful, beautiful white. And now we beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to pour down into each one of our throats this beautiful, blissful red light, completely purifying all the negativities of our speech. I know for myself, it's very easy to be mindless with our speech and to engage, sometimes without realizing it, in harsh words that really hurt people's feelings, or in divisive speech that create more pain for those people who are already having difficulties between them, or who may actually be good friends because of our afflictions, our attachment and aversion and our ignorance. We sometimes, through our speech, invariably create these negativities, or lying, whether in a deliberate manner, with the intention of actually misconstruing or being deceptive, and then idle gossip that we can engage in for, countless hours, and simply waste our own time, our precious human life. So we confess, and Guru Avalokiteshvara is very pleased and pours down into our throats this blissful red light. And again, visualize that all the negativities of our speech comes out through our feet like dirty laundry water, and our speech is transformed into the blissful, wise, compassionate speech of Guru Avalokiteshvara. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel that your speech has been completely purified of all the negativities that you have engaged in, and it has been transformed into the wise, compassionate, mindful speech of Guru Avalokiteshvara. So that now on we resolve that we will be more mindful when we open our mouths in terms of the effects it has on the people around us. And now visualize from the heart of Guru Avalokiteshvara pours down this brilliant blue-green light into each one of our hearts, completely purifying all the negativities of our mind. And as we know, the mind is the creator of all things. There is no external creator who causes all these sufferings. And His Holiness reminds us there's no point simply praying if we don't make the effort to look at our own minds and transform the negativities and the delusions in our own minds. Because at the root of all our suffering is this self-grasping ignorance, this ignorance which is not just not knowing, but a misknowing of how we view ourselves. And we believe that there is this self that exists from its own side, and we grasp onto it and cling on to it as if this is true. And then worse, we tend to cherish it and put ourselves first at the expense of other people and their needs. And as a result, we end up creating so much suffering for ourselves and others. And based on this self-grasping ignorance, all these inappropriate conceptualizations of I and mine, and exaggerations and distortions come up, and therefore we cling and grasp onto things, or we push things away. So all these afflictions of attachment, aversion, jealousy, doubt, pride, all of it comes about as a result of this attachment to the sense of I, the self-grasping ignorance and the self-cherishing attitude. So we confess all of this openly to Guru Avalokiteshvara, and we regret all the negativities we have created to all the sentient beings, including to the Guru Buddhas, even our contempt maybe at the Dharma, or not treating Dharma objects properly, and at the Sangha, and at our parents, and all the sentient beings. We openly confess it, and we humbly ask Guru Avalokiteshvara to completely purify us of all these negativities created by our mind. And Guru Avalokiteshvara very happily pours down this blue-green light, which again completely purifies our mind, and all the negativities come out through our feet like dirty laundry water. So again, we'll do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. So just take a few minutes to feel like your mind has been completely purified of all these negativities, and the clear and knowing and the blissful aspect of our mind is radiating out, which is usually covered by all these obscurations, is completely manifested and radiating out in all the 10 directions. And now we ask Guru Avalokiteshvara to pour down millions and zillions of little Avalokiteshvaras into each one of our crown, so that we completely get transformed, our body, speech, and mind, into Avalokiteshvaras. Now, this is possible because we have the Buddha nature and the Buddha seed within us. And it's very easy for us to forget that when we are covered by negativities and obscurations, and in the middle of all the problems and difficulties, that actually we have the most precious wish-fulfilling jewel within us. And yet we look outside. We spend so much time and energy trying to get our needs satisfied through the outside, looking for answers from the outside, when all the time this precious jewel is inside us. And so what we are doing is requesting Guru Avalokiteshvara to help us to uncover this precious jewel and to help us to cultivate it, so that all its impurities may be removed, and the pure qualities, we realize all the pure qualities that are actually within us, the wisdom, compassion, and the skillful means, so that we can live together in a very, very different way, in great peace and harmony, without creating divisions, without these wars and conflicts and diseases, so that we can each radiate out this immense wisdom and compassion to each other and to every sentient being in all the universes around us. And we can also visualize that our beautiful planet Earth gets completely purified and transformed into this beautiful celestial mansion where we are all living together in great peace and harmony. So let's do a round visualizing this actually happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel that all the sentient beings in all the universes, in all the 6 realms, have been completely transformed into Avalokiteshvaras. Now we realize that this has just been a visualization. And in fact, the reality is that we are still covered and obscured by our muck and our ignorance. And there's so much suffering in all the different areas of the world. And so we make the commitment that we will do whatever it takes, because we look at our minds right now and we realize we don't have the capacity to do what we would like to do in that visualization yet. So we make the resolve that we will tame and train and subdue our minds and cultivate our minds so as to become fully enlightened for the benefit of each and every sentient beings. It's unbearable to see so much suffering and our mother sentient beings suffering. So we make this resolve and this determination, and we take on this responsibility very strongly. And then Guru Avalokiteshvara is very pleased, and now we recite this prayer as a step in the direction towards taming and subduing our mind and the minds of all sentient beings. So we'll recite the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary condition, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Second time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And the last time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary condition, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so now I would quickly like to do a round of Tara mantras, as His Holiness has advised. It's very beneficial for us to recite Tara's mantra to bring an end to the pandemic. So if you can visualize this beautiful blue-green Tara sitting in front of you, looking at you with great love and compassion, her right leg extended the moment you call upon her to help. And she pours down as we recite this mantra, this beautiful blue-green light, again, completely purifying us of all our negativities and our obscurations and bringing an end to all the sickness, epidemics of all kinds. Om tare tu tare tu re so 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 om tare tu tare tu re so. Tutare tu re so om tare 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 tutare tu re so tutare tu re so om tare tutare tu re so om tare om tare tutare tu re so 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 om tare tutare to raise so hard. And then finally, I'd like to recite a round of the Vajra Armor mantra that His Rinpoche has requested that we do, and we'll do that 21 times. Hum Vajra Pe Mashavari Pe Nenpashing Naganen Tata Sarvavita Hanahana Vajane Rakshak Soha Hum Vajra Pe Mashavari Nenpashing Naganen Tata Sarvavita Hanahana Vajane Rakshak Hum Vajra Pe Mashavari Pe Nenpashing Naganen Tata Sarvavirita Hanahana Vajane Rakshak Soha Hum Vajra Pe Mashavari Pe Nenpashing Naganen Sarvavirita Hanahana Vajane Rakshak Soha Hum Vajra Pe Mashavari Pe Nenpashing Naganen Tata Sarvavirita Hanahana Vajane Rakshak Soha Hum Vajra Pe Mashavari Pe Nenpashing Naganen Tata Sarvavirita Hanahana Vajane Rakshak Soha. And we finally end with the dedications. Changshu Semcho Rinpoche Make Panang Ke Kyuchi Keva Nampa Me Payang Gogne Gongdu Pelwa Sho. Samsara and nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuni's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as a direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as precious as my life. May I hold them as more precious than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the noblest Buddhas and the noblest sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Sri, who knows reality, and just like Samantha Bhatt as well. I praised as the best by all the gone beyond the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And we finally end by the short, long prayers of His Holiness Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Rinpoche. Sampe Yisheno Kadre Some Tenze.
Buongiorno a tutti. Penso che abbiamo perso il nostro contatto con la monaca Tenzin Pandrom dall'India. Infatti in India succede spesso.
Can you hear?
Hello.
Ashila, thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Good morning, Venerable Pandrom. Good morning. Yes. How are you? Okay. Your señas no is good.
Good morning. I'm sorry, my internet contact. So I'm trying to think it over.
Yes.
Everything is well. I'm doing well.
Okay. I'm now saying Pumaya. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. See you. Bye.
Yeah, the internet is not.
Yes, your internet no is good.
Yes.
This morning.
Okay, ciao, and see you next week.
Yes.
Bye.
Yes. See. Okay. Bye. See you.
Yes.
Ok. Allora, buongiorno a tutti e come vediamo le nostre trasmissioni sono sempre da vivere alla giornata, quindi noi viviamo sempre questo cercando di capire qual è il problema, ma sempre di fare il nostro meglio. Allora, oggi cominciamo con le nostre buona motivazione. Come spesso dico, la motivazione è importantissima nelle nostre azioni perché ci dà l'avvio a quello che è il nostro scopo e lo scopo deve essere virtuoso, deve essere veramente di beneficio. e quale beneficio migliore è quello di prendere rifugio e desiderare di ottenere la completa e perfetta illuminazione allo scopo di beneficiare tutti gli esseri senzienti. Allora andiamo a leggere insieme la nostra motivazione e facciamo in modo che sia veramente ottima per la nostra pratica. Quindi andiamo a leggere insieme, ricordandoci che lo scopo di questa staffetta di preghiera è quello di portare beneficio attraverso le nostre preghiere, attraverso le nostre dediche, perché questa pandemia, così com'è, senza entrare nei dettagli, cessi di essere così importante e così pervasiva. Allora andiamo a generare la nostra buona motivazione. Leggiamola insieme. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanto lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanto lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nei preziosi Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Ed ora andiamo a recitare una mala del nostro mantra della compassione, Om Mani Padme Hum, vedendo una luce chiara, nitida, che ci porta in contatto con tutti gli esseri senzienti che in questo momento vivono delle realtà difficili. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Ora andiamo a fare la nostra preghiera effettiva e la recitiamo sempre per 3 volte. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti gravi, dalle malattie, dei bhutas e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente dalla loro in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente da ogni piacere, possono essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e dalle condizioni temporanee come danni causati dagli spiriti gra, dalle malattie, dai bhuttas e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che, come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza si sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la comprensione del Guru e dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte ed etiche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti grai, dalle malattie, dai bhuttas e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che, come un macellaio che porta un essere danneggiato ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute e croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via, qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati da 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei Guru, tre rari supremi, il potere della Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ecco, abbiamo generato ora la buona motivazione e torniamo alla nostra pratica e pensiamo che questo sia il nostro scopo principale e che possano queste dediche, queste motivazioni veramente essere di beneficio. Allora andiamo a fare la nostra breve pratica di meditazione affinché poi si raccolgano meriti che creino poi le cause alla nostra buona azione, alla nostra buona motivazione. Quindi andiamo ad osservare il nostro respiro, sediamoci in modo corretto, socchiudiamo gli occhi e lasciamo andare qualsiasi preoccupazione e ricordo e cerchiamo di mantenere la mente qui. Se un pensiero, un ricordo, preoccupazioni arrivano a disturbare questa nostra attenzione, torniamo sempre all'attenzione del respiro e riportando così la mente qui ed ora, in questo momento. Ora che la nostra mente è più tranquilla, portiamo l'attenzione su qualcosa che spesso ci sfugge. Il fatto che tutte le cose che esistono non siano altro che un risultato prodotto da una causa. Questo significa che la nostra sofferenza, la nostra felicità sono dipendenti da qualche causa e la causa principale è il nostro karma. Il fatto che noi in passato abbiamo prodotto azioni che hanno danneggiato gli esseri, questa sarà la causa di sofferenza. È il fatto che noi abbiamo beneficiato altri esseri e questa sarà la causa della nostra felicità. Quindi cessiamo di pensare che tutto ciò che ci accade, che ci piace o non ci piace, provenga dal fato, dalla fortuna o dalla iella, ma campiamo logicamente con una mente inferenziale, un riferimento ad un nostro ragionamento, che la cosa migliore da fare è quella di produrre sempre azioni che siano di beneficio a noi stessi e agli esseri senzienti. Quindi anche il fatto di avere una buona alimentazione, un buon stile di vita, un sano modo di vivere, saranno la causa della nostra felicità. Mentre tutte le azioni che danneggiano il nostro corpo nel mangiare, nel bere eccessivamente alcolici e così via, saranno la causa della nostra sofferenza futura. Allora questa mattina riflettiamo proprio su questo, su questa causa ed effetto, causa e risultato, e cominciamo ad avere più realisticità nel nostro vedere le cose. Allora soffermiamoci su questa osservazione. A questo punto comprendiamo anche che così come lo è per noi, è così per tutti gli esseri senzienti. Questo ci porterà ad essere molto attenti alle nostre azioni per non danneggiare gli altri, affinché gli altri possano sempre essere felici. E allora quando gli altri diventeranno il nostro oggetto più importante di pratica, lasciando il nostro io, il nostro ego, cominceremo ad attuare un atteggiamento virtuoso, altruistico, che sarà di beneficio non solo a noi stessi, ma a tutti gli esseri senzienti. Facciamo un bel respiro profondo. Diamo segnale al nostro corpo che la nostra sessione di meditazione è terminata. Dedichiamo brevemente i nostri meriti e apriamo gli occhi. Quindi andiamo a leggere quelle che sono le dediche generali, che saranno poi la causa della nostra felicità, del nostro benessere. Quindi andiamo a leggere le nostre dediche. E andiamo per prima cosa andare a pacificare il pericolo delle armi. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Grande amorevole, vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublimo trascendente che osserva tutto, vittorioso Ayagriva irato, Tara completamente pura e così via. Il solo sentire i vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli. Oggetti di rifugio della natura della compassione. Per favore, prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti al tempo dei litigi della protezione delle 5 degenerazioni sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa di conflitti e lotte causate da esposizione del grande oceano del karma negativo e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano, tutto ciò con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare e di amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmutatori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre e così possano aumentare la felicità e il buon auspicio. Sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi che entrando nel continuo mentale di qualcuno lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di una sura, d'ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore, fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra, d'ora in poi abbandonino tutto il loro karma negativo, causa ed effetto, possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra dell'abitudine e condurre tutti gli esseri a questa terra pura. Per favore, fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati e che muoiono abbiano una lunga vita, senza malattie, e possano pacificare tutti i litigi e combattimenti e godere delle 10 virtù. Fate piovere nel momento giusto, avere sempre buoni raccolti, affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio a tutti gli abitanti. Per la realtà ultima che è pura per natura, causa ed effetto sono infallibili, poiché possiedono la realtà ultima e per la compassione del Guru divinità, di sigillo delle menti e dei reali sublimi, possano queste pure ed estese preghiere essere realizzate. E quindi dopo questo andiamo a leggere invece le altre dediche che sono appunto quello per le malattie. Quindi la paura di una carestia. Come vediamo adesso quello che sta succedendo è veramente, veramente molto grave. Avendo generato la mente che aspira alla suprema e più alta illuminazione per liberare veramente tutti gli infiniti esseri viventi, tu, il compassionevole e vittorioso, hai completato le 2 accumulazioni. Le assemblee dei condottieri Buddha, Bodhisattva, ascoltatori, pratica Buddha, Guru, Idam, Dakini, guardiani del Dharma e delle 10 lezioni, divinità della ricchezza Yaksha, i signori dei tesori insieme al loro seguito. Pensa con amore agli esseri viventi di questi tempi degenerati che sono privi di un protettore. Quindi, al fine di proteggere veramente questi esseri incarnati che sono tormentati dalle sofferenze, delle fame, della sete, della povertà, fa sì che cada una pioggia di tutti i piaceri attraenti necessari, gioielli, cibo, ricchezza, cereali, biancheria da letto e così via, nella terra neve di questo mondo. Per favore pacifica i danni causati dai 4 elementi, vento inopportuno, fuoco, siccità, pioggia, inondazione e così via. E per favore far crescere i cereali nelle culture e che i raccolti siano copiosi, che maturino e aumentino come durante l'era del completamento. Per il potere di aver fatto intense richieste, con le profonde suppliche, con la forza dell'amore e della compassione, possa leone della malattia, dei combattimenti e della carestia essere pacificato, possiamo possedere una lunga vita, felice e libera dalla malattia, per la grande compassione del vittorioso e dei loro figli e per la forza dell'infallibile verità della causa ed effetto, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso diffondersi, aumentare e possano tutti gli esseri viventi raggiungere rapidamente la completa illuminazione. E quindi ora andiamo a leggere le dediche finali che portano tutto quello che abbiamo fatto poi a essere realizzato. Quindi andiamo a leggere le strofe di dedica. Possa la preziosa e suprema il bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai ma crescere sempre più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, causa ed effetto e l'origine dell'ente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti, malati possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie essere degli esseri trasmigratori, non avvenire mai più senza eccezione, possono tutte queste intere vite non essere mai separate dal guru perfetti, possa io godere della magnifica Dharma completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e dei sentieri, possa io ottenere velocemente dello stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come nostro diretto amico, vittorioso Mahayana, a maestro Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo allora allontanarci mai neppure per un secondo da quel puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losantrampa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo. Era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato lo yoga dei due stati della sublime beatitudine e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno d'ardine, le foreste, possa io essere sempre usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io considerarla ancora più che di me stessa. Possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Possa io diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri, come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensarmi o ricordarmi e anche toccarmi e parlando con me, possono tutte le sofferenze di quegli esseri venire pacificate istantaneamente, possa esserci felicità per sempre. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla parte, possa che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla mia parte. Ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato, ed è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, che da me da sola, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come le Romain Giusce e come Samantha Badra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguire il loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei tre tempi, per avere una condotta pura. Affinché il sentiero del Dharma, il re del Dharma Tsongkhapa prosperi, possano tutti i segni e ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei due tipi di meriti dei tre tempi da me stessa e degli altri, possono gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losantrampa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Allora poi facciamo le dediche ai nostri grandi maestri, Sua Santità Dalai Lama e Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Gioiello che esaudisce desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso. Ti supplico, possano tutti i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente e rimanere fino alla fine dell'esistenza ciclica. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiocatore, che fungi da prezioso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi le dottrine vittoriose Manjana, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tuoi supremi, Salvatore mio e di tutti gli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Bene, abbiamo finito qui e continuiamo la nostra giornata. Abbiamo con noi la venerabile Paloma, dovrebbe esserci apparire da un momento all'altro. Hello Paloma, buongiorno, buenos días.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno. Good morning. Continua, ti prego, le nostre preghiere affinché tutto possa essere ben.
Ok,
prego. Ciao, grazie, buona giornata. Ciao. Sono tornata a Pomaia, sono qui a Pomaia adesso.
Ale, che bene.
Ok, sì. Ok, ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao a tutti, grazie, ciao a tutti, ciao Cosetta, ciao.
Bueno, pues buenos días a los que os vais uniendo por YouTube. Hoy, bueno, venerable Juan, buenos días. ¿Me oyes, verdad, Juan? Sí. No te digo yo, pero bueno, está bien, no pasa, está bien. Estás ahí con. Uy, ¿qué has ido? Ah. Bueno, pues nada, hoy tendremos, hoy no pueden estar ni venerable Begoña ni venerable Fabio, ya que los dos tienen curso por la mañana. Entonces, bueno, pues estaremos nosotros. Ay, mira, y también creo que se va a unir Drolma. Y nada, muchísimas gracias al Instituto Chenrezig por continuamente ayudar para que podamos juntarnos, que como veis, aunque, bueno, pues quizás la pandemia pues a lo mejor se está llegando a un punto de menos agresivo, por decir algo, pero la situación realmente en Samsara no es una situación tranquilizadora y menos ahora aquí en este continente con todos los peligros bélicos que pueden en un momento determinado dispararse y quién sabe a dónde podemos llegar, ¿vale? Entonces, más que siempre tenemos que tener esa conciencia de que estamos realmente bajo el control de los engaños y el karma. Eso significa que no podemos adormecernos y sobre todo recordar que bueno, somos francamente afortunados al haber encontrado a nuestros maravillosos maestros y por tanto tenemos muchas más herramientas que la mayoría de los seres y vamos a ponerlas a trabajar para así poder llegar a desarrollar todas las cualidades como las de su santidad el Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, los Budas, y que podamos de esta forma inspirar a los seres, guiarles y ayudarles, ¿ok? Entonces, si os parece, estamos unos momentos en silencio y luego arrancamos con la práctica, ¿vale? A ver cómo vamos de tiempo. Asegurémonos de abrir el corazón y de que nos acompañe continuamente esa aspiración de poder hacer nuestra vida significativa para el beneficio de los seres. Y para lograrlo necesitamos identificar al verdadero enemigo, los verdaderos enemigos, especialmente la actitud egocéntrica que se disfraza de tantas formas y a la ignorancia que se aferra al yo. Entonces, con la ayuda de nuestros maestros y especialmente con las bendiciones de Guru Chenrezig, siendo uno con nuestros maestros, podamos recibir sus bendiciones, su inspiración, su guía para identificar a estos enemigos y combatirlos. Entonces recordamos el sufrimiento de los seres. Pensando en nuestro padre y hermanos a la derecha, donde quiera que se encuentren, nuestra madre y hermanas a la izquierda, por detrás aquellas personas con las que tenemos mejor relación, y por delante aquellas con las que tenemos roces, les desagradamos o nos desagradan o hemos tenido conflictos. Y aunque diferenciamos entre unos y otros, de todos hemos recibido bondad, cuidado, felicidad. También son iguales en haber sido condición para nuestro sufrimiento. Y somos todos iguales, manejados por el mismo dictador, los engaños y el karma, la actitud egocéntrica y la ignorancia. Enviamos este círculo a todos los seres. Recordemos los que están en situaciones más extremas, ya sea por la enfermedad, ya sea porque están a las puertas de abandonar este mundo o experimentando grandes carencias, o siendo víctimas de maltratos, o estando en lugares conflictivos. Y hacemos esta práctica en nombre de todos ellos. Evocamos la presencia de Guru Chenrezig, ya sea de 1000 brazos, 4 brazos, 2 brazos, como quiera que estemos más familiarizados. Y especialmente sentimos su energía bondadosa, compasiva, su mirada cálida. La mera contemplación serena la mente. Y es uno con ante el Dalai Lama, mostrándose en ese aspecto, Lama Zopa Rinpoche y tus maestros. Entonces, al tomar refugio, que sea genuino, que realmente nos refugiemos en todo lo que esas cualidades de Guru Chenrezig, de la compasión, la sabiduría, que puedan ser nuestra protección. Podemos hacerlo nuestro. Y tomamos refugio, a ver que coja la práctica. Okay. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio, y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Buddhidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Buddhidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Buddhidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Y ahora, al recitar el mantra, visualizamos que desde el corazón de Guru Chenrezig se emana esa luz de la bondad, del amor, de la compasión, de la sabiduría. Irradia por todo su cuerpo en las 10 direcciones, potente, luminosa, reconfortante, que llega a todos y cada uno de los seres. Y al contacto con esa energía de amor y compasión, esa energía luminosa, nos limpia de todo lo que obstruye que surja y se manifieste en nosotros esas mismas cualidades. Y especialmente pensamos que llega a los seres que están en situaciones más difíciles, ya sea por la enfermedad, carencias, conflictos, etc. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Seguimos recitando el mantra en silencio. Al recibir esa energía luminosa de la compasión, la sabiduría, va deshaciendo, erradicando nuestros miedos, nuestros engaños, la actitud egocéntrica, la ignorancia que se aferra al yo, y vamos impregnándonos de esa energía de bondad, compasión. Y así sucede con todos los seres. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Siente la energía de Chenrezig, su bondad, su compasión, esa energía reconfortante, luminosa, que impregna todo tu ser. Piensa que los seres han recibido esa energía que ha limpiado sus miedos, sus negatividades, sus engaños y el karma acumulado, el karma negativo acumulado. Y desde esta energía de la bondad y la compasión, recitamos la oración de Thangtong Gyalpo. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar, por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, el poder de la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Segunda repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente. Pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar, por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y los protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Última repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades, que amenazan la vida como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero y que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Y hacemos la súplica a Guru Chenrezig: oh área de ojos compasivos, tesoro de compasión, por favor, préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para ser rápidamente liberados del gran océano del samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente del despertar, inigualable, vasta y profunda. Con las lágrimas de tu gran compasión, te ruego que limpies todos mis engaños y karmas y por favor condúcenos con tus manos compasivas a mí y a los errantes a los campos de gozo. Por favor, Amitabha y Chenrezig, sed nuestros amigos virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas, mostradnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Visualizamos que Guru Chenrezig acepta complacido nuestras súplicas y envía innumerables rayos de luz. En los extremos de estos rayos de luz, réplicas de sí mismo que llega a todos y cada uno de los seres. Se sitúa en las coronillas y también una réplica llega a ti. Se disuelve en luz, se absorbe en cada uno de los seres y en nosotros, limpiando totalmente el rastro de cualquier mínima o sutil negatividad o oscurecimiento que pudiera haber. Nos sentimos unificados con la energía compasiva, pura de Chenrezig. Y nos proponemos no ignorarla, sino recordar siempre y sintonizar con esa energía de forma que todas nuestras actividades puedan ser un reflejo, una manifestación del propio Chenrezig. Y hacemos las dedicaciones. Venerable Drolma, ¿puedes empezar tú? Ok, perfecto. A ver.
Méritos, pues.
No se te oye. No se te oye. Debe tener mal internet. Bueno, pues, Venerable Juan, ¿puedes empezar? ¿Puedes dedicar tú, por fin? Juan, cariñín, ¿cómo se llama? El micrófono. A ver, ahora todavía lo tienes. Ahora, perfecto. Juan, ya.
Va y viene como quiere. Las dedicaciones, pues todas las dedicaciones buenísimas e infinitas que tienen todos nuestros maestros, que se cumplan, que se traduzcan en la felicidad y que todos los seres conozcan el Dharma, lo acepten, lo pongan en práctica y alcancen la iluminación. Especialmente que desaparezcan los obstáculos para todo este proceso de recibir el Dharma, de conocerlo, practicarlo, enfermedades, guerras, hambres, etcétera, que se calmen, que todos los seres que desean el mal a los seres, pues cambien de opinión, busquen el beneficio de todos, que en última instancia es en beneficio de ellos. Gracias.
Gracias a ti. Entonces, especialmente que nosotros y nuestras familias y todos los seres podamos en todas nuestras vidas futuras, volver a encontrar a los maestros Mahayana, que recibamos el Dharma, lo practiquemos con pureza y diligencia y logremos rápidamente la iluminación. Meditamos también para todos los que han fallecido o están a punto de fallecer, o están en los reinos inferiores, que puedan tener renacimientos en tierras puras donde puedan lograr la iluminación, o renacimientos humanos perfectos, encontrar maestros Mahayana plenamente cualificados, practicar con pureza y diligencia el Dharma que les muestran y lograr rápidamente la iluminación. También pensemos en los que están enfermos, que puedan superar esas enfermedades y saber utilizarlas en el camino, también por todos los que tienen carencias, no tienen medios de vida, que puedan tener todas las condiciones, tanto temporales como a nivel último, todas las condiciones tanto para la felicidad temporal como para la felicidad a nivel último de la liberación y la iluminación. Y especialmente dedicamos para que podamos generar la preciosa mente de la bodhicitta, que la que no haya nacido pueda nacer y crecer sin degenerarse, sin aumentar siempre más y más, y que podamos alcanzar el estado de Guru Chenrezig y conducir a todos los seres a ese estado. También dedicamos para que tanto nuestros centros de Dharma como cualquier organización que ayuda a los seres podamos tener siempre condiciones propicias para poder seguir ayudando a los demás. Pensemos especialmente también en los diferentes monasterios, centros de retiro y especialmente por la Sangha, que vivamos con una moralidad muy pura y podamos así preservar el Dharma, y por la larga vida de nuestros maestros y sus sagrados proyectos. En la tierra rodeada de montañas nevadas, tú eres la fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad. Poderoso Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, que llevas una vida larga hasta que finalice el samsara. Tú que mantienes el camino moral del suyugador, que sirves como el generoso que lo soporta todo, sosteniendo, preservando y extendiendo la victoriosa doctrina de Mayunar, que llevas a cabo oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Salvador mío de los demás, tus discípulos, te lo ruego, ten una vida larga. Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias Juan y Drolma. Recordar que esta tarde a las 9 tenemos otra sesión, la llevará en esta ocasión Venerable Begoña. Y gracias a los que estáis en YouTube, que tengáis un próspero fin de semana en el Dharma. Y hola, Cristiana, ¿cómo va?
Hola, how are you?
Fine, dear, fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Happy? I'm not very well today, but yesterday I lifted too much weight, so I got this backache that in Italy we call it the bit of the witch.
Mamma mia.
Il colpo della strega.
Yeah. Take care, dear. Okay.
But yeah, but I also have good medicine. Okay, thank you so much.
Ciao. Bye. Gracias a todos.
Bye. Ok, cominciamo la sessione in italiano. Io sempre baldanzosa, appunto, ho programmato addirittura un'ora perché potessimo fare tanta meditazione, però e la facciamo meditazione silenziosa. Però io personalmente non posso stare seduta come dovrei, quindi non vi sono d'esempio. Sono seduta su una sedia e mi sposto continuamente perché mi fa male la schiena. Invece voi dovreste stare sperabilmente seduti o su un cuscino per terra, se siete abituati, se avete già la come si dice, la tecnica senza bisogno di imparare chissà che, quindi o su un cuscino, oppure se preferite stare seduti sulla sedia, non vi va di avventurarvi a fare queste cose non queste posizioni non usuali, per favore sedetevi sul bordo della sedia, non col sederone poggiato. Non state a guardare me perché io non conto oggi, però sedetevi sul bordo della sedia in modo che le ginocchia vanno giù, vanno verso il basso e automaticamente per questo motivo la spina dorsale si raddrizza, mentre invece stando seduti col sederone ben piazzato tendiamo a stare con la spina curva. Ok, dicevo, per chi è seduto sulla sedia, sul bordo della sedia e se la sedia è adatta, coi piedi tutti e due per terra, in modo tale che c'è sono questi 3 punti. Poi, c'è 3 punti, il bordo della sedia e il terreno sotto i piedi che ci tengono in linea, ci tengono in asse. Inoltre controlliamo comunque, perché non basta una posizione, non basta il modo in cui sediamo, dobbiamo controllare la posizione della schiena e delle spalle. Ci siamo? Controlliamo la posizione della schiena e delle spalle, le spalle che caschino giù rilassate, le orecchie devono cascare sulle spalle, cioè sono in linea con le spalle le orecchie, non che stiamo così e le orecchie vanno fuori dalle spalle. Le orecchie in linea sulle spalle, il naso in linea con l'ombelico, cioè non stiamo né così né così, il naso in linea con l'ombelico, le orecchie in linea con le spalle e il mento leggermente abbassato, gli occhi leggermente abbassati. Perfetto, ok, benissimo. Ora facciamo 5 minuti, niente di speciale, di semplice meditazione che osserva il respiro. Osserviamo il respiro che entra e il respiro che esce. Lo osserviamo da dove entra e da dove esce, ok? Non stiamo a entrare nel corpo col respiro, no. Una meditazione molto facile di consapevolezza. Se durante questa meditazione, come è molto probabile, intervengono pensieri di qualunque tipo, cosa cucino oggi a pranzo, cosa ho fatto ieri sera e qui e là e su e giù, se succede questo, questo pensiero lo riconosciamo, non lo scacciamo con violenza e nemmeno ci facciamo, che è la cosa più probabile, travolgere da esso dimenticando la consapevolezza sul respiro. Quindi lo riconosciamo sto pensiero e gentilmente lo invitiamo ad andarsene. Dicono i testi, lo consideriamo come una nuvola nel cielo che passa e se ne va. Ok, 5 minuti in questo modo. Ora che siamo abbastanza piazzati con la schiena, eccetera, ricordiamoci anche le braccia e le mani assolutamente rilassate. Se potete prendere facilmente la posizione, quella di Buddha Shakyamuni, un palmo sull'altro e mani in grembo, bene. Altrimenti vanno bene anche rilassate e poggiate in qualunque punto delle cosce o delle ginocchia, ma rilassate. Mascelle rilassate, non stringete i denti. Ok, 5 minuti passati, grazie. Ok, ora dopo questo diciamo così stacco che siamo riusciti a fare con questa meditazione rispetto all'inconsapevolezza ordinaria, per cui siamo sempre presi da questo e da quell'altro e quindi il nostro stato di consapevolezza è scarso, diciamo. Invece adesso l'abbiamo messo a fuoco meglio. Ecco, da questo stato di consapevolezza un po' migliore di quella che abbiamo di solito, ci applichiamo nella meditazione che è fondamentale per questa nostra pratica di un'ora che dedichiamo al dissolvimento dei problemi e delle sofferenze legate alla pandemia e la dedichiamo anche al dissolvimento delle cause di tutti i problemi e di tutte le sofferenze. Non esiste solo la sofferenza del Covid, non esiste solo la sofferenza sociale dovuta alle difficoltà di gestire da parte dei governi, da parte delle persone normali, da parte dei vari stati. Non esiste solo questa sofferenza, non esiste solo questa difficoltà, ne esistono tantissime altre. Questo sarebbe una sciocchezza non saperlo, lo sappiamo tutti, insomma, però soprattutto quando vogliamo praticare per uno scopo particolare, in questo caso perché ci sia armonia tra le persone in rapporto alla gestione della pandemia, perché ci sia capacità, perché ci sia fortuna, capacità da parte di chi è malato di guarire, perché ci sia capacità da parte di chi sta morendo di avere una buona morte e una buona rinascita, perché ci siano tutte queste condizioni favorevoli. La cosa più importante è non focalizzarsi su un problema solo, perché un problema solo ci fa acquisire meno meriti. Se pratichiamo per il dissolvimento di qualunque tipo di sofferenza, i meriti sono maggiori e questi meriti maggiori possiamo dedicarli con maggior successo anche per scopi particolari alla fine. Ok? Allora, dicevamo, ora che abbiamo stabilito la motivazione, possiamo a questo punto fare la meditazione principale su una base di maggior consapevolezza. La meditazione principale è quella di prendere su di noi le sofferenze altrui e dare a tutti le nostre fortune, buone qualità, capacità, eccetera. Quindi ora ve la guido pezzo pezzo. Chi la conosce già tutta va bene, tanto meglio, però cerchiamo di tenere lo ritmo. Prima, meditazione. Immaginiamo di fronte a noi tutti gli infiniti esseri in forma di esseri umani, ma sappiamo che sono animali, insetti, eccetera, eccetera, spiriti, pesci, uccelli, eccetera. Ovviamente ci sono anche gli altri esseri umani. Tutti questi esseri, così come noi, desiderano la felicità e cercano di sfuggire alla sofferenza, ma non conoscendo il modo per farlo, così come noi, finiscono di sofferenza in sofferenza sempre più grave, perché basano la ricerca della felicità e l'evitamento della sofferenza sui loro difetti mentali. non possono che portare ulteriore sofferenza ai difetti mentali, ok? Quindi questa situazione di tutti gli esseri la immaginiamo come una gran quantità di polvere nera, cose nere, cose velenose, cose fumo nero, cose velenose, animali velenosi, eccetera, eccetera, tutto nero, dobbiamo pensare tutto nero. Questa loro sofferenza e le cause di questa loro sofferenza escono da loro con l'espirazione e noi la attraiamo dentro la nostra persona con la ispirazione. Ora per qualche minuto facciamo questa meditazione. Facciamo questa meditazione pensando solo a ispirare dentro di noi tutta la loro sofferenza. Solo questo. Bene, questa meditazione per chi lo sa già e anche per chi non lo sa glielo dico, è una meditazione a lieto fine, ma io non ve l'ho detto a lieto fine nella prima fase perché il modo giusto di compiere questo assorbimento delle sofferenze altrui dentro di noi, il modo giusto è un modo non direi coraggioso, ma saggio, cioè non ci interessa che cosa arriva a noi, ci interessa che lo sottraiamo ad altri. Questo malessere, questi problemi, queste malattie, queste cattiverie, queste incomprensioni, questa povertà, queste guerre, queste carestie, tutto questo lo immettiamo dentro di noi solo per toglierlo a loro. Questa era la prima fase. Quindi che cosa succede a noi ancora non ci doveva interessare. Adesso viene il momento in cui qualcosa succede anche a noi. Entrando in noi, questa sofferenza, queste malattie, questi problemi, entrando in noi, vanno a scontrarsi, a toccare la nostra personale sofferenza, malattie, problemi, eccetera, eccetera, che visualizziamo al centro del nostro chakra del cuore, cioè al centro del petto, in forma di un mucchietto nero. Questo fumo nero, roba nera, veleni, eccetera, che immettiamo in noi, si va a toccare questo mucchietto che rappresenta il nostro egocentrismo, le nostre, che dà il nostro egocentrismo che dà luogo poi a tutte le nostre sofferenze, e in questo toccarsi queste sostanze si annullano l'una con l'altra e creano in noi un'esplosione di luce bianca che ci dona tutte le qualità positive, ci dà tutta la beatitudine, tutta la possibilità di percorrere velocemente il sentiero, eccetera, eccetera. Qualche minuto così. Qualche minuto così.